Welcome in. Let's go. Happy, well, Friday, but I guess it's Saturday now. I've started really late. What's going on, people? How are you doing? Welcome to the show. There's many things we will be doing today, primarily working on the Meteor. But I kind of want to touch up the Goblin Bomber a little bit and do a little bit of coding for him. So we're probably going to do a little bit of code as well before we get into the pixel art nitty gritty. So yeah, we got a lot to do and we're just going to jump in. It's gonna be a good day. Lots of productive stuff that we need to get done. It's gonna be good, gonna be good. All right. So one thing with the Goblin Bomber is I'm leveraging the death programming to run what he does. And so when he attacks, he's actually dying. And so, like, I need to add a little bit of attack logic to the death. And that includes increasing, like, his range. And also something I did yesterday, I changed the outline glow of the cards and the confirm button here. I decided that I just wanted to draw my own glow. I was trying to do it with the particle system. You can see the particle system still a little bit active. I still have it on the banner. And I don't know if I want to do something different for the banner or leave it kind of like a little bit. It's a little bit in the background right now, and I think that's kind of okay. But I like how sharp and punchy and also more concise the glow is around the cards when I do it this way. And I just animated it myself, just kind of did a little like fluid thing. But let's see, so for the Goblin Bomber, I need to make it so there's not two at once. So there's a few things we need to like refine with the Goblin. So we're just going to do some code first, and then we're going to jump into getting the explosion for the meteor storm. As always, we're doing a million things at once. We're going to do them all. Eventually. Eventually? So the scenario that I want to prepare for right now is, and I'll just talk you guys through it so that It helps me get a clear understanding of what I'm trying to do as well. So if we actually kill the Goblin Bomber before he makes it up to the Arcana... Here, I need to actually prepare for this. So right there, he dies next to... He died right next to the steel trap here, but he didn't actually hit it. Like, he didn't go up to it right next to it. So what I need to do is that if he explodes within the range of another Arcana, that he's... Like, if he maxed out, if he gets right next to it, it's going to be full damage. But then if he's further away from it, but he's still within range, it's going to do some damage, but not the full damage. So I need to detect whether or not, while Goblin Bomber is dying, if he's within range of a certain occupied node. And how do I want to do that? I don't know how I want to approach it. I don't know if I want to put... I think I'm just going to hard code some stuff for now. I don't know if I want to put in some option into the database that specifies like a death range, or if I should add it to the database. Let's see. Sir James, what's going on? What if you lose bark as you get hurt? Yeah, people have talked about, like, as you're getting destroyed, having some sort of indication of, you know, degradation to the particular thing that's getting hit. But what's not implemented yet, and the reason why I'm not doing this for the tree, is the fact that the tree only can get hit once directly. So basically, if there's an Arcana built onto the tree, it'll destroy the Arcana first. That's what takes the damage. But then if all the Arcana are clear, all the nodes are vacant, and you hit the tree directly, it's game over. So it's going to be game over screen. It's not going to be like a slow, like, you know, you see the tree get like chopped down slowly. It's like, no, you hit it once, you're done. So it's just going to be like an animation of the tree like falling over or something. And so yeah, none of that. There's no... basically, you're not safe. You're gonna get hit and you're just immediately gonna be destroyed. And I just don't have it implemented. So right now it's just like, oh, he's taking infinite damage. It's okay, whatever. Eventually it'll make sense. I swear to Pete. XMAT grid. Basically what I'm gonna do is use his center position, and then I'm gonna detect 30 pixels in front of it, 30 pixels in back, and I don't know, 30 is just like an arbitrary number. And basically I'll probably just measure out the size of the explosion and then use that as the basis. But let's see. Oh, the range is only on the Arcana. I don't have a range actually built in for... We should probably add it to the database here. And I don't think on TikTok I have the database showing. But... it's not that exciting. I'm just going to add a field real quick, and then we'll add the parsing. Let's see. What was I doing? Enemy structure. We're going to add range, damage range. All right, it's just at the end. Whatever. All right, Goblin Bomber. So I wanted to change his flame as well. So we're going to do that real quick as well. But let's do a quick measurement of the explosion. So then the widest part of the explosion, it's pretty much, I'm going to say something like right here. And that is 36. All right, so I'm going to use 36 as the range. And we got to put in damage range into... We got to pop in damage range into the parsing here. Someone commented on my last YouTube live. They're like, where's the programming? And I just replied, I'm like, yo, bro, I do whatever the project calls of me. And if that's pixel art all day, then that's pixel art. But sometimes we code, sometimes we do pixel art, sometimes we do both. So it's, you just got to follow along to see both. Admittedly, I do mostly art on stream because I'm using my Wacom here with Sprite on the desktop. It's like the most efficient, but sometimes I just have to get coding done too. So let's see, we want to add stuff to the database, so we're gonna have to start with the structure and adding to the enemy. We want to add in damage range. I'm going to put that next to damage here. Integer damage range on the structure. And then we'd pop into the database, go to the enemy table. Got to go to the SQL call. Uh-oh, is it laggy? It's lagging for a second here. Let me get caught up on chat. Bleed sap. I need to add in 100%. I need to be adding in some like dots and like debuffs and buffs that are like temporary changes to things. You know, temporarily making things weaker, stronger, faster, stuff like that. All right, looks like it's loaded. Give me the enemy table. Get enemy. Is it in the waves? I guess it's in the waves. Feel like a newborn. Yeah, so we got type here, enemy with enemy ID, where enemy. Select from enemy here. So we got type title. This is it. Damage range. 'Cause I won't remember. What's up, Push? Why is Mr. Tree so fragile? Because it's more... He's as buff as you have to put armor on him through the, like, your weapons are also your armor. So everything has like an armor rating and it has like an attack power. So you have to decide how much DPS do you want, how much armor do you want, and you have to be like maintaining based on like what you're given, you know, as well, like what you're served up in your deck. So it's a matter of keeping Arcanas built up, maintained, healed, and also enhancing them to do more damage to keep up with the demand. And once you lose all your Arcana, the direct getting the tree hit directly, it's like game over. Yeah. All right, so get damage range in there. Feel. So put this as a public attribute. And damage range. Cause I won't remember. I already have an attribute that is the force, I think it's called force death. Force death. And I'm going to leverage that. That a force death is true. No, see, this isn't in the force death. It's just if it's the goblin bomber and he dies at all, whether it's the force death or not, we're going to have to assess whether or not he's doing damage. And so, like, normally in the actual code, I have already a function to detect what's in range. Let's see, maybe we can just modify that. That is one crazy struct. Oh yeah. If it's in the grid tile, do stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, Mac, the way that I'm like specifically doing things is based on individualized range based on what's going on. So for this explosion, I want it to be relative to the art. And so I decided I wanted 36 pixels in front and 36 pixels in back of him. And that's whatever's in that range. That if it's like within like 10 or something, within like the core of it, like right next to them, they're going to get max damage. But if it's anything outside of like 10 on to the end of it or something, and I'll break it down into percentages so it's relative to whatever the range ends up being, that they're going to receive less damage. So that means two arcanas that are together on the ground nodes, if like there's a barricade and then like a Piranus, if the barricade takes a direct hit from a bomber, the Piranus, I think, should still be in range a little bit and take a little bit of damage. So not only is it going to do like tons of damage to the thing it hits, it's also going to do some like side damage to other stuff. So it's going to be pretty nasty enemy. So let's see. We got extra textures, resize, add hit, update hit text. This is for the enemy. Push back. I thought I had a function. Maybe it's a private function. Yeah, check enemy bounds. Or no. It's maybe it is check enemy bounds. Yeah, so check enemy bounds is the function that I use to determine whether the enemy has basically walked up to a node or not. Like if they're on top of a node, then what this function normally is for is to then say, okay, you're at a node, you need to switch and start attacking. Like stop walking, transition, now start attacking. But for the goblin bomber, he's just like, we do want to know that if he's maxed out, but we also want to add, is he in range to a node? So we're going to have to add that. Is how's C++ treating you on this kind day? Pretty good, A-Clocks. How you doing, man? Let me get caught up on chat here. I'm like way behind. Do I use Copilot at all? I do not. I occasionally will throw stuff into ChatGPT. Like the other day, I was like, actually it was yesterday, I was making a for loop And I was like, what? You know, since things are 0 indexed, I made a for loop of like 10. And I was like, is that going to hit index 10 or is it going to hit index 9? I forget, you know? And so I just went into ChatGPT. I'm like, can you just trace out this for me so that you can remind me like what it goes to? And then it was like 0 to 9. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. And so I'll do little stuff like that, or maybe like little parsing tasks sometimes. Occasionally, if I'm trying to spitball like a technique programming wise, I'll spitball with ChatGPT a little bit. But honestly, every time I've gone in and had them like write code for me, it's always been ass. So I feel like the more simple it is, the more like kind of minutia stuff, then that it like does okay. But the more complex, the more it's like, I just have to do it. The only time I'll ever really use it is when I'm doing something I already basically know how to do, but I have to do it like 50 times. So then I'll just have it like do it for me a bunch of times. Or I have it like, you know, translate text for me. I'm like, translate this into Italian. Now do it in French. Now do it in German. You know, like I'll have like stuff like that. But generally speaking, creating like the logic for things, I just do it. I do it my damn self, boy. I do it myself. I don't got time for that shit. Let me finish getting caught up on chat here real quick. And then we're gonna add this range logic to this function. We're gonna do it, man. We're gonna make this explosion hit a lot of stuff. Surely we can use a hash map, unordered map for this. Actually, I've never used a hash map. Wait. I mean, I've used a map, but an unordered hash map. I wonder if that's the same thing. Hash map. I know you're joking, Push. I'm just like, what the hell is this? In C++, a hash map, also known as an unordered map, is a container that stores key value pairs where each key is unique. It uses a hash function to compute the position of each element in the container, allowing for fast code. So this is just like a normal map that I'm using. I already use a map for things. Making it more efficient for large data sets. However, it's worst case when there are many collisions. The time complexity can degrade. So basically, yeah, you just recommended the worst possible solution. Thanks, Push. You're the worst. The power of the custom engine. What is the name? I don't know. It's called the Riyin engine. I probably should come up with a cool engine name. Does he have any thoughts or experience or views on using LLMs? Well, there you go. That was all my thoughts about it. When do you decide to use ChatGPT versus Google? They're the same thing, guys. Don't you see, like when you type into Google now, it just gives you like an AI response? It's all just search engines. It's just a more curated search engine result. That's all it is, man. You think you're not using Stack Overflow anymore? You are. You're just using it in the form of something that you can prompt a little. You just find one location where you ask a question and then it goes and it does the searching for you. That's all it is, man. It's not that special. Still pays to know what the hell you're doing. All right, so now we have the... So we have damage range loaded in. We know we want to do 36 range in front and 30% range in back. So then we have to decide what kind of information do we have here. I come in with the nodes. So I have all the node information. So I have like the core positioning. And here, we'll just have to do it. We check each individual one here. So let's go through it. All right, so if we're on the left, we're on node 0. And I wonder why I didn't do this with the for loop. What the hell was I thinking? I already hard-coded these individually. I just did it because I needed to treat the ground nodes and the tree nodes differently. And so I wanted to just clearly separate them. And so that's why I ended up doing that. So we have to do a little bit of repeated code here. So then if node, what is the result that I'm getting here? I may have to just duplicate all this code and do a separate check that I only do for the Goblin Bomber, or only if the range is greater. Let's see. So let's take that. So then what do I end up with here? I don't return anything on this. What do? I say whether or not it's maxed. I say the target node index. So at most there could be like 2 additional targets on top of the other 2. So then I can say we can have like a secondary targeted. All right, so I think what I'm going to do here is we're going to add, where's the other one? Target node index. I want to have we're just gonna have to create a vector, guys. Oh, this is gonna be so devastating because, like, if he comes up on the tree and there's 3 Arcanas, I think I'm gonna make it so he can hit all of them. He could potentially hit 4 things at once, but it'd mostly just be like 3 in that scenario most of the time. Oh man, this is gonna be so fucking hilarious. People are gonna love this guy. So we're going to say secondary node targets, and we're going to create a check, and it's going to be as many that pass the test. No limits. He will just do whatever it takes to destroy all. It's going to be so gnarly, dude. You find ChatGPT is good at giving obscure info that would otherwise be hard to discover. You speak Italian? Well, we're going to have to check out the Italian translation at some point, Mac, and you can tell me if the Italian translations are where they... I recommend, instead of the long if-else string compare, the for code simplicity, not for speed. Rajin engine? Ragin? What's up, Warlock? Junior Coder, thank you for the posture check. Welcome in, man. And also thank you for the follow. Why did I not see that? I didn't see the alert for that at all. You're a C++ dev too. Let's go. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm like so behind on chat. I'm almost to the front here. All right, I heard that. Why didn't I hear the like your follow? Well, welcome in, man. Oh well. Oh well. Let me see. What am I going to listen to now? We're jumping around. I'm honestly just piecing together a list of things that I like to listen to. I'm in like a rock mood right now. It's Friday. Happy Friday, guys. We just want to be chilling today. Boomstick engine. You're modeling a German M24 stick grenade, and with your explosion sprites, you inspired the name. Let's go. That's what I'm here to inspire. Push Toy was excited to see Push in chat, but it's the wrong Push. What the hell? What was that? That is back. That was a prompt that I made back in the day when I did I drew a lot of women digital art. I was practicing like women anatomy and stuff a lot, and a lot of that art you can see on my Instagram and like my art station and stuff. I don't have like a ton, but so we had, that's what like the lick emote and the booty emote is from, and the slap emote is when I was just drawing like sexy ladies, and then we'd have that sort of stuff going on just to be tongue-in-cheek about it, be a little cheeky about it. All right, can we move forward with this? I kind of didn't want to repeat the checks here, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pump this into a for loop. We're gonna do it at the end. So we're gonna say, what did I just create? We created secondary node targets, and we're going to clear. We're going to clear it, and then we're going to say for int I equals 0, I is less than nodes, which is the reference that we're passing into this. We're going to get the size of that, I plus plus. It's going to go through each individual node, and it's going to say if Oops. I can't do anything. Wait, what? What? That isn't... Okay. Why is this not registering? What am I getting wrong here? Integer I less than... Expression must have bool type or convertible to bool. Well, I guess it's just not... I just don't know why it's not registering the positioning here. So I'm going to take the X position or the node. Is there like a center point on the node? Oh, okay, I remember. Okay, that's why. Was there a center? Center image Or wait, should I follow you? Means first unfollow and follow again? No, Junior, don't worry about it. I'm sorry. Usually there probably was an alert. I just didn't see it. I'm like really distracted right now trying to write this code. So let's see. Do they have... I feel like they'd never have this song. They don't. No, not that. God, what was that one called? There's one that I really like. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the music like that, guys. Oh my God. We're going full 90s. So let's see. I have the direct. What if I get the detection rect.x plus, or actually I can use the utility. Utility split. Do I have a utility into this class? Gotta add. So we type in, we get a midpoint of, okay, we go. Do I have on utility the bounds check? Or no, that's on boundary actually. Okay, so we have a boundary check class. So we're gonna include that. Boundary. Why didn't you show up? Boundary H. What is the inbounds class that I have? Inbounds. Oh, I guess I could check it with this. All right, so let's just use that. All right, so we're gonna go. So we're not gonna use you. We're gonna say. Inbounds. So we're going to say for the X, it's going to be all that plus half. I do it based on a point. So should I do it on a point? Yeah, we'll do it on the point, the center point though. Yeah, the center point. A little bit lenient on that. All right, fine. Basically, I'm going to be using this inbounds function to determine whether or not the explosion range is reaching over a node, basically. Oh, I should just use the anchor. Wait, is that the same? So that is hopefully the right position. And then we got to come up with the explosion. So then we're going to only do this if we have a goblin bomber. Or no, not if it's just a goblin bomber. We have a better metric, which is whether or not damage range is greater than 0. So this is, we need a rectangle. So we're going to say SDL rect. Ugh. And we're going to call this the damage range. Which is going to be has to be within the damage range from the center point of the enemy. So then we're going to have to say for the X, wait, is this based in... plus the width. All right, so we're going to have to say distrect width. So that's going to be the midpoint. Minus, and that split just basically splits it in half. So we say X plus half of width is the center point minus damage range. And then the Y will be what is anchor point? Was that already anchor point dot Y equals detection rect Y plus the height. Yeah, we can use that Y. Anchor point dot Y, and then the width is going to be gonna say for the height. Oh, you know what though? That's not that's not what we want. We're gonna say detection rect Y. And then we're gonna give it the detection rect height. And then t damage range dot width will equal t damage range dot x plus damage range. X plus damage range times 2. And that'll be the rect that we feed against. So that is open close equals true. We will push that into the secondary. Oh, we got to change music. It's not playing the music that I want to listen to, which is everything. Everything. Let me think of that era. What else? Tongue-in-cheek about it? What's up, We Leave? In this context, tongue-in-cheek is actual tongues and cheeks. Why do you think I created this emote? Literal tongue-in-cheek. You sick bastards. All right, here we go. Push back the node index that actually is within the range, and their secondaries. So it's gonna get a generic secondary damage. Part of me wanted to make it like percentage base. If I wanted to add like an extra metric, it could be that added detection of secondary. And so we're gonna actually have to say this too. If target node index is not equal I, so we don't want the main damage to be assigned to it. It's only the secondary damage. And then if I was going to add the secondary thing, I'd have to probably do a little structure based. So I have this vector of ints, and if I wanted to make it a few things, then I would have to make like a little structure. How do I make structures again? I can do it the C style, like I do everything the C style. Struct, and I like to capitalize the first letter on structures, and we're gonna say node index int node index, and then we're gonna add another one that's gonna be Gonna eat a lot of peaches. Is that how you make structures the new way? I forget. I can't remember all this stuff. They were put there by a man. And if I had my little way, I'd eat peaches every day. Yeah, looks fun. Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. What do you hate about this? That's what you hate about it. Peach in my fist. Okay, it's happy. All right. So now I can add two things to it. We're going to add a little float. And that's going to tell us a nice little range. So we're going to instantiate this. Or we could just do a secondary node damage. Node damage equals I, and then we'll put in our logic. Son of a bitch, stop. We got to put in our range logic there, and then we're going to do a move node damage, move it into here. So for the range, this is me getting more sophisticated about it. And I want to understand what the actual position is. All right, I need to like get a we need to get a nice playlist going or something, but I guess I'm just gonna keep jumping around like a madman. Like a flippin' madman. I'm mad. Okay, so are you from the Pacific Northwest? More or less, yes. I'm more from SoCal, but I've been to the north many times. Might as well have been from Seattle. But I definitely grew up going out to the redwoods, and that's one of the reasons why I love trees so damn much. And Pearl Jam. Let's see. So I want to create the range based off of... We already created this, which is our midpoint. That's minus the range. So we have that range. We want to know the distance between the actual node position.
Come on.
So we're actually going to use this number twice. Let's see. Hey, we heard it. Fly, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This needs to be the detection node. detect mid equals so then we've got the midpoint, and then we're going to create another number here of distance. We're going to have to do some hardcore reconciliation checking over this stuff because I'm writing this with split mind, but we're doing a relatively good job of focusing here. Enemy distance, if the node detect mid is larger, then we're going to say node enemy distance is let's see. What's up? You got a question? Do you know of any programs, apps, etc. that can mass find and replace text in plain text files? You find yourself in massive predicaments and am trying to ease the pain of manually replacing over 270 portraits more than once per portrait. Yeah, I mean VS Code, Sublime Text, basically any programming coding IDE. There's a tool called SED. I'm sure you can even find stuff online that would do it. grep. You're scouring roughly 90 files for the text in the final place. Yeah, I mean, I would just use the program I'm using right now, VS Code. But less barrier of entry would be like Sublime Text, which I think you could use for free with like prompts that say, please buy me. I think like an alternative to this would be to like subtract it and then just run it through a math absolute. But like, I just do it like this. It's whatever. So we got an enemy distance, and then we're going to say based on, we're going to then take that distance, node enemy distance equals node enemy distance. We're going to say damage range divided by right, let's take a minor break, and then I'm gonna review the code. It's absurd behavior. All right, so we clear it. If damage range is greater than 0, we clear the secondary target nodes. We okay, okay, yeah. Enemy center, dist X plus half width, good. Damage range, we get the enemy center minus the damage range, then we get the detection Y. Then we give it a 0, and then we come in and we use the X that we just got. And we times it times 2. And we come in and we go pour through each node. And then within the node detect mid, we say detection X plus half of the detection width. So that's the mid of the detection. Very good. And then we also define the node distance. And then we come in with the target node, make sure that we're not checking against an already targeted node. That's going to get the full-on impact. Then we detect against the node detect mid X plus the Y. That's on the base. If that base matters. If they would have like subtly different bases. Well, see, I'm not basing it off of like it's the X and the Y. I could feed it a guaranteed Y so that if it just hits the X. All right, so let's do that. Boom, a boom, a boom. Now we got the boom. All right, so we're going to take the detection. We're just going to give it a nice little -5 arbitrary deal there. And we're going to feed it here and not do it based on the actual Y of the node because I want the... I want the nodes on top to get just as abused. And it's all about the X distance. And then we'll have our distance here. So let's sort of think about this distance a little bit more. So let's see, damage range based on this. They say love is a stream. All right, so then we got their node detect mid greater than enemy center. Then we're going to say mid minus enemy center. If it's less than center, enemy center is bigger, then we're going to subtract node mid from enemy center, and we're going to get our distance. And so that's going to be the rough number that we're going to compare against the damage range and get a percentage. So that if it's gone into this, as in it's already gone through this detection, it is for sure going to be less than the damage range. It actually should be guaranteed more than the damage range. And then once it gets the damage range, the closer to the outer part of the range, it's going to give us, so let's say, you know what I could do? We could say node enemy distance equals we could say, by the way, I'm still cherry picking songs. I'm just jumping from song to song here. Just get chat bot to help. You still have to be careful about that. I think it's actually be more reliable if you just did the change directly with VS Code, because sometimes you can like make mistakes. Sublime text grep said thanks. You always knew Notepad++ recommended since JSON files. Python script should be fine. There's like a ton of solutions, man. There's tons of stuff. Control Shift H in VH Code, if you have, it does regex and capture groups. I did some regex in VS Code recently. It's good. That's what this little like asterisk deal is here. Doing a regex expression. Okay, so let's see. Node enemy distance minus, we want to say node enemy distance, damage range minus node enemy distance, and then we take that difference. Basically, we want to know I just want to measure the amount of distance it is from the edge, because if it's like 100% of the range, like it's very close to the center point, then it's going to get 100% of the damage. And then if it's close to the edge, like say the range is 36 and the node is on like 24, then I want it to be 12. I want it to say 12 divided by 36. That's the percentage of damage that it would receive, because it's just like the tail end of it. It's like the outer edge. So you're just getting like a lesser degree of the damage based on whatever that distance is. So then we get that distance loaded in, and then we move that in, and then that should do it. So then we have to actually enforce the damage. So then when the Goblin Bomber damage, do I actually do Goblin Bomber damage? We want to say Arcana hit function. We got 1. Okay, so that's the 1. This needs to be I think we need to do this also based on, so that's the else if. Damn it. Node enemy distance equals absolute. Yes, that's what I was saying earlier. I could have just done the absolute thing. I mentioned that as well. Tip for streamer. Cracks, I appreciate it. I had that same thought, but I just did it the guts out way. Sometimes I just do it kind of guts out-ish because I like it. I like it. All right, let's see. What else are we going to listen to? If I handpicked music here from the 90s. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, baby. Are you down? All right, let's go. Okay. Okay, so check it out. I'm going to do what I am doing now, which I'll clear. I'm going to clear the secondary node's target, and this enemy is going to be like deleted from memory soon anyways. But I realized the only way to force a vector to clear its memory is to do a swap with an empty vector. So let's see, I'm doing like a ton of them on this. So let's see, pull one of these in. So we need to go... secondary. So by doing this, I'm saying take this empty vector and swap it into the node vectors. So it's releasing that memory. Because like the alternative, like what they recommend in the code in general is you do node targets shrink to fit. But if you read the code about shrink to fit, is it doesn't always do it. It doesn't always run shrink to fit, which would release the memory that the vector is holding on to. And so the only way to force it, and I personally have control issues. I like to force shit. This is like telling it to like abandon whatever it was and just let it go and just give it an empty thing. So I'm telling it to clear and then I'm giving it the swap empty here. And that forces it to clear the memory. And then it's going to go and delete the vector on top of it. In which case we're going to have to doubly, whoops, add it to the destructor. That should work. I think that's everything. Blah, 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 blah. We're building. And while we build that, we can touch up. I was thinking... I don't know if it's working. Why is there still 2 guys at the start of it? I thought I updated the wave. Oh, that's why. So it's not that. So we're going to change this to wave 3, wave 2. All right, so listening to this, I remember playing Prince of Persia: Warrior Within. I know this is like all the like old stuff we used to listen to, right? The old gamer music. Speaking of old gamer music, there's the classic. So we gotta test this code a little bit more, but let me just finish updating this. Oh, I see another little mistake there. Ah! Opened a bad program. Close it. Close it quick. Damn, that's a bad one. Bow down down. Wow wow wow. What's up, Free Code? Welcome in, welcome in. Good shot, man. A little color changes here. Good shot, man. Bow wow. I say nice shot. My shop man. Is my real name Riyin? Yes. You may call me Riyin anytime you wish, for that is my actual name. Riyin, the name Riyin came from, I made a World of Warcraft character that was an affliction warlock horde. It was an orc, and his name was Riyin. And I was just trying to come up with versions of my name because I was just that creative. I'm like, he's going to be called Riyin whether they like it or not. And so I played that character for about 9 months. And then I sold my account for like $300 to some gold farmer. And then Riyin was in like Alturic Valley or something killing boars for gold. It became like a gold mining character. And all my friends were like, what the fuck? Because I decided to stop playing and make the money back that I had spent on, 14 bucks a month for 9 months. So I made my money back. All I lost was time, which was a lot more valuable, but whatever. At least it wasn't a full, complete loss. It was a good time. Lots of good memories. Come on, come on, come on, come on. So that's where Riyin came from, everybody. That's the origin story. And I looked it up, and in Japanese, it translates to really? At least according to Google Translator, DeepL. But when I asked actual Japanese speakers, they're like, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. So I don't know what to think, but I don't really care. It's just a goofy iteration of my name, representing a very nostalgic time in my gamer past. Spoon Man. Oh, I'll have a cigar. Wait a second. I want to play that other song. Okay, we have to persist these changes to the fire. To the rest of everything here. So if we go like this, I guess we'll just do it on a new layer. Copy these frames. On the hit one, it can be okay. Be like a weird change. I like that. Kind of works. And did I update the explosion? Okay. Let's save it out. You know what? One thing that I don't like to do with the outline is highlight extra details like this. So we're going to get rid of some of these because it just doesn't look great. Just a little cleaner that way. All right. Export them out. Saved. Very good. All right. Let's test this. Need to do some more testing. Let's test this new code that we put in a little bit more. You were a guild master? Let's go. The spreadsheets be and friends created for the main raids with roles and staff. Don't get me started. Let's go. What's up, bestie? How you doing, man? Hope you're having a good start to your weekend. We're just doing our thing. After I finish reviewing this, debugging this code, we're going to move on to working on the meteor strike animation. Also, we got the new card glow. I don't know if you guys saw at the beginning of the stream. I was showing. Oh, this is the new glow on the card that I'm doing. Rules, I like typing when modeling. Yeah, I think it's got more punch to it. It's nicer to me. I don't know. It just... I was trying to use the particle system before, and I was just trying to create this effect with the particle system, and I could just never get it. I could never make it do what I want. So I ended up just saying, fuck it. I'm just going to draw it. I'm just going to like animate it myself, damn it. I can't do it dynamically. I pushed, man. I pushed for hours and hours and hours, and I just couldn't. I made the like particle system look pretty cool, but I even want to take it off the banner because it's not pixel art as much. It's getting like away from pixel art vibe. I wanted something more like pixel hard, you know, like, but I am still using like the little like sparks from the particle system. So there's still usefulness there. And I also am still using like a light version of the old particle system behind the card. So it's like a little bit wispy from it. So it gives a little bit of energy, but the predominant stuff is just like the pixel art, you know? Looks really polished. Thanks, man. So I probably need to do it to the banner as well. So that's one last one to come. Oh, speaking of which, like I need to be getting into testing the Goblin Bomber. So I'm already wasting this, but I did this as well. Oh, it's paused because it's... So I added this animation. I hand drew the flame behind the skull. Because again, the particle system looked like asshole to me. I didn't like it. So I ended up just doing it myself. What have we learned? It's that the particle system can suck my butt. I can use it for little stuff. Little inflections. Mainly when I am just using like the little pixels. Like the sparks. But like... for the general like flame effects and stuff, I have to just do it myself to get the look that I want. And I just can't do it dynamically. I'm not quite there yet, you know? Free code trying to paste code or links into the chat. What are you doing, bro? I'm kidding. I don't care. But yeah, so I did that. So let's run the test again. I don't feel tardy. Got it bad. I'm hyper teacher. So we got to set up the test. We might have to change the waves around because right now they're just focused on like the bombers are coming in right away, and I don't know how I'm going to get this test to work exactly. So we're probably going to have to run a several tests to like really determine whether or not this code is what's wrong with it, because it already looked like it wasn't functioning like I wanted it to. You know what I want to detect as well is on the... I want to detect when it gets into here. All right. You could try putting a filter on the particle system to make it more pixelated. No, I can totally do it. It's just the actual animation itself. Like it's a little too... it's hard to contain it exactly like I want it to. Like it's a little all over the place. It's messy. And I wanted it to be more concise. Okay, so to run this test, we wanted to try to explode. So I guess what I'm going to try to do is get it to explode in front of the barricade. Ah, not enough time. But let's still take a look at what it's doing. Hold on. Let me... Senio, thank you for the follow, by the way. So let's see. Okay, the other detection just didn't go off. That's the thing. This is going to be hard. We're going to have to just keep running the test until we get it. So basically, I have to kill the dude before he actually gets next to the barricade, which I think right now might be tough. I might have to lower his speed or something. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to make him slow, so that way it's just easier to run the test like I want. What's his run speed? His walk speed right now is 5. Let's reduce that to 2. It should make things a little easier for the testing. He's normally going to be a little bit faster.
Come on.
Cracks, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's try to do this. Actually, that might be work. Shit. No, don't kill him. Oh, fuck. We gotta make sure that he gets, like, in range. It's actually good. We can do this with this as well. Alright, kill him. Not yet, not yet. Stop. Fuck. I need him to die like right when he's like right next to it. You're so slow now, aren't you, little boy? Come on. Please tell me there's more on the other side. Damn it. Let's see. We gotta do... I'm jumping around music-wise. I'm gonna have to do another test. All right, so I knew this was going to be a difficult test to get right perfectly. These guys are weird. But let's try to get some more music going here. Let's see. Boo, 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 boo. So far, things have been going pretty good, but something is not quite functional yet about this code. It doesn't seem like it's firing. Maybe the range is not really good. Or... because I feel like this code isn't getting fired. It's likely that something is off. Maybe the node temp that node temp Y I did. Oh, you know what? This so the next move we got to make animation-wise is working on an explosion specifically for the meteor strike here. So this is the old explosion I did, so I'm going to redo this to reflect like the new style. I remember you this. What do meteor strikes even look like? All right, we got a nibble here. So it is coming in 566 mid to the 602. So that's at the tail end of it. So that would be 0. Zero DPS. So it's still, just drop the breakpoint down there. It's gonna be 0. Here it's 2. So that part looks like it's functional. Damn it. Seems like you should have tapped in on that second. Should they let short rounds be the new Indiana Jones? Short round? No, sir. No, 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 no. So that's 0. See, it didn't trigger. Fuck. Oh man, there's a ton of enemies though. Stick up a watch for the type. see, how many secondary node targets is there, if any? I'm a power load. See right there. Node target 10. The fact that 11 had... So it looks like I need to add death end to the check. What's perplexing me here is, so this is node, let's see, there's 12 nodes overall. This node, 10, 36, 11, getting 1.5 damage is weird. But there's nothing there. All right, so we're going to change this to death end, and we're going to check TNT. So that's a max hit. Dynamite. Damage range. So here, shit, what was it that I needed to do? We want to make sure that it's... Yeah, that, and then also nodes I dot Arcana Sprite is not equal null pointer. That's the other thing. All right. We're debugging. It's dynamite. Debugging. You feel bad? He got ghosted for so long until he got the Oscar. It's pretty good though. A little old. Maybe try to move this so that you can see the art a little bit still. Everybody wants to rule. Anyone know a good way to iterate over two vectors in C++? I'll just use either an iterator or a for loop or a while loop. Come on, that's the most basic stuff. I'm doing it right here. Just a little for loop. That's the old school. That's the simple. I think my code is going to work now. Wants to rule the world. Where you at? Where you at? Fuck. Now it's doing the death animation. Why does it keep going back and forth? Son of a bitch. Cracks, if you want to post a link, if anyone wants to post a link, you got to let me know what it is, and I can give you permission to do so. Give you a little permit. Comes to your face. But if you want to apply, the same goes for code, by the way. Code registers as a link, so it'll auto-mod you for that as well. But if you want to apply for loop block in 2 vectors, see what I'm saying? We can just have like 2 for loops, a loop within a loop, right? Something like for auto node nodes plus nodes B. It wasn't a link, bro, just code. Yeah. Don't you bro me, bro. I'll bro you back before you bro me first. Son of a bro. Ow. Ecstasy. Don't stop me. All right, so I think what we're going to do... I'm having a ball. Just give me a call. Modeling high poly and low poly done. Do it. Fuck. That should have triggered that one. It's not quite functional yet. I'm going to put in both. You're going to hit me with that. I'm going to say play this instead. Let's do both checks because I don't even care anymore. I'm just casting a wide net here. Fuck. That was a weird bug. All right, let's walk through it. By the way, you asked permission to show the sci-fi revolver, and you can show it. Well, good for you, sir. Good for you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, here we go, step by step. $37. So 1085, 1080 should be fine. Whoa. That width is nuts. That's ridiculous. Okay. So the damage range needs to just be done times 2. No adding X. I don't know why I was thinking I needed to add an X to that. Damage range is... What are you? So I was throwing things off 100%. Sometimes, this is what a lot of times why I code off a stream, because like those little like weird details I tend to overlook as I'm reading chat and like and working on things, banging code out. But we're at the point where like we just need to get this done. We need to push no matter what. So it's okay. But that's why you'll see me tend to stream off in the shadows, because I'm able to focus on those things a little bit easier. So I code a little more efficiently. Let's get rid of that. I don't even care about those. Just get rid of them. I don't think I'm going to do sparks even. This is the old explosion. Let's see this one. right, we got the Goblin Walk. Revolver looks pretty cool, man. It's pretty dope. Let me give you the tree roll there. In the future, you should post that in the Share Art Here channel, which is you can now see. So that way it lives a little longer. Because I think in general things kind of pass by. Like, I mean, we're pretty slow Discord, but the art channel is like a place where people can enjoy stuff for purely the art. But pretty rad, man, pretty rad. Thank you for sharing. It's totally fine in general. All right. So did you do that in Blender? No, you're totally good, man. Good decorum. I couldn't be more proud. All right. All right, that makes more sense. Now let's see what else is wrong. So right now, it should have the barricade within range. So that is on 1, index 1. So this is index 0. So here we are on index 1. Let's see. Think it's gonna be a long, long time. Rocket Man. What next? What next? We're going kind of pure 90s here and there, jumping around. I'm still hand-picking songs, guys. Okay, so it's naturally at 0, so that's good. So this it should pass that. Let's see, we got 261 and a 10. $171, 265. 71 plus 72. $171 plus 72 is 243. 243. Ah, no. All right, now you are for sure in range. I don't remember. Blender, nice. Nice. Moved it to art. Cool stuff there. Thanks, man. We got some cool peoples working on cool stuff. Okay, so we're going to, I think I was contemplating enemy. If it is on the right side, he needs to be subtracted plus that. But if he's on the left side, enemy center minus plus that should be fine. So that's fine. So this one should go through now. So 261. Mm-hmm. Still picking music. Previously worked in 3D Max. I have a buddy who like really loves 3D Max, but it's become too expensive. I'm a man in a box. I'm trying to make sense of this.
Come on.
Damn it, I'd hate how it freezes this window. I'm so damn shy. I'm like stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Nick, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Fucking hell. Ugh. Okay, so we have an enemy center at 824. How is that? Is that in... How can that be? Trying to make sense of these numbers, guys. It's taking me a moment here. So 127, that's correct. But the X being 760 is kind of crazy. So it's got to be the other side. Another dude. All right. Huh? They had friendlier pricing now? Okay. Well, I hope so. Cannibal, ah. It has to be him. It straight up doesn't make any sense though, because like his distract seems like it's way off. The Y seems okay, but the X should be like 200 something. What about the distract is also way off too. I'm just like, is it in the 960 realm? But it's not. Bows on parade.
Come on.
So let me share. Luna, thank you for the follow. I think I'm out of drink. I am. I'm out of drink. The Goblin Bomber who's walking. He's the only guy on stage. 819. $824. Just give me the 161 or 261 there. 261X. Center. What I'm struggling with here is why this Goblin Bomber X position's so off. It seems like it's like a Goblin Bomber that's off screen. But as I keep testing these other ones, seems to be like the only one that's active. His X should literally be like 220 or something. But the 817 or the 760 implies that it's a Goblin Bomber on the other side. But then why am I not seeing stats for this guy? When you spawn, it can have an offset. Well, the fact that we visually see him in the right location, visually speaking, he's on like 217. So it's like this number should be different. And that's why the detection stuff's all flopping. Okay, let's see. I want to see all the information about the enemies and see if I can get to the bottom of this. "11 enemies, huh?" See, this guy's on the right side and he has a 602. Where is this guy? See, like 167, that seems like the guy. Like this is the guy. Ugh, I think this test is botched. Okay, here we go. So now we are on 4. The fuck? This guy seems like he's the right guy. So we're talking... $231. Gives me away. 195 plus 72. I feel like my pause doesn't... Well, it's when it debugs, it doesn't pause properly. Son of a bitch. I'm trying to pinpoint what's going wrong specifically, and I'm not sure exactly what it is yet. And I'm trying to curate a test where I can specifically test, and it seems like that would have worked. So in the right scenario, it seems like it will work, that perhaps the range is too small. So I think just expanding the range could be a good starting position for it. But I think I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick and we'll run another test. But then I'm probably going to just get focused on this, on the animation for this, and then debug this later. So I think I'm losing a little bit of my my deeper focus. So I need to go take a breath and be back just in a few minutes. And we'll probably be working on the rest of the meteor and be lightly running tests on the thing in the background and see if it just like jumps out at me. All right, be right back. Turned. We'll take a brownie break. Streamers, some of these musicians did drugs. Oh my gosh. I had no idea. Believe me, musicians are still doing drugs. Okay. I got some goodies. I changed my laundry and I need a little break here, and we will get back to debugging after I eat some brownies. Let's see, what is this music you speak of? I got some brownies, some cottage cheese, some walnuts, and some almonds. Maybe I'm going about this all wrong and clearing this every check, and this check's being run constantly. But in that moment, check enemy bounds, it should be accurate. What's that stray shot? Why is he shooting into the space? Boblin Gomber. I mean, I feel like I have the core logic there. It's just not being enforced like totally right, but like the infrastructure's there. I just need to tweak it to make it work in the right scenario. And I feel like I just need to focus on it later. I've given it all the energy I can give it right now, and I'm just spinning my wheels. And so I'm going to switch gears, and I'm just going to start working on the meteor. Because I need to orchestrate a really specific test to clearly map out what's going on. So I can further refine like what's off about it, which currently I don't know what it is. And instead of like grinding my wheels, grinding my gears, I'm just going to move forward on something that has no blockage and then come back to that when I'm fresh. Like like the start of tomorrow, the first thing I'm going to do is just look at it like line for line. And today just get the satisfaction of finishing Comet, Meteor Storm. Made a cognitive processing strong. Why not hyper focus and waste 9 days on it? It's one of those things that'll take me literally 20 minutes tomorrow fresh, or 3 hours now and not get it. You got to know like when to just call it quits and to like save for that moment when you have that hyper focus, that fresh take. Rat holing on a problem? Well, that's what I've been doing. I was getting hung up on like some bullshit and then I just lost all my energy. So now it's time to make better use of this energy, do something that's going to renew me, which is finishing something that I've been meaning to finish. And I wrote like a lot of lines of code. Like there's a lot of useful stuff that I got done It just needs to be like slightly tweaked, fixed up to like totally work. Don't worry about it later. To be honest, I'm not totally 100% sure what vibe coding is. Like, is it when you use AI to like sort of fill in the gaps for you? Just slang word, that a slang word, the 50% of the English language. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just like not even sure what it is. I just keep seeing these examples of people like implementing like AI prompts into their code somehow. And I'm like, is that vibe coding? Right, that's like the code that I actually saw. It was like, if there is an error, then send it to the AI and have them test something. And then when it comes back, if it doesn't resolve, then it just keeps going back and iterating on it till it fixes the problem. It made a lot of money quick, huh? Well, I think one of the biggest losses that happens when you just pump stuff out instantly It's a few things. It's one, you don't have as much of a connection to it, so you don't take as much like pride and joy away from the process. You're just like, look, I just banked something out. It's a piece of trash. I don't even care about it. And you combine that with, there's a lot of strange insights that you can't predict that happen over time when you're working on something over a long period of time. You know, you work on something and then just like a week later, you're like, oh, you know, I think this like would be better if this happened. And you tweak it. And by giving yourself that space to just kind of sit with something and letting it marinate, I think over time, you're going to curate something that feels lived in, as opposed to just pumping something out that's going to make a lot of money and scam a lot of people out of their dough. But of course, you know, greedy ass people will always be like, yeah, but like lots of money and I get to scam people, and like who cares about like having a fun hobby that you enjoy doing? Like, no, it's about doing it instantly. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, if you can do it instantly, that means they can do it instantly. And very soon what you're creating will be worthless because everyone will just have the same shit. Like, whatever, man, you do you. It's people that like sit there and create something meticulously that are going to be more the rare breed. Down and out, down and out. What do I know? Like, for me, the joy is the work itself. And like robbing yourself of that process just so you can churn stuff out. It's like, yeah, you want to like make stuff efficient, but it's the act of like creating something over time that is the joy. That's what the passion is for. You know, unless your passion is just like making as much money as possible. You know, there's people out there that all they care about is that paradigm. And to me, it's like I care about it to the extent that I need to make a living, and then beyond that, I just don't care. Yeah, I've been waiting for my Sunday girl. The scammer voice you did actually sounds like Levios's real voice. Just have to make it Swedish. Wise words. It's just a fundamental fact of life, you know, especially I think for everyone, but men especially, they thrive mental health wise when they have a purpose. And if you take away your purpose, then you get real sad. We have this testosterone, this energy that helps us to focus and go hard on things. And if we don't have a thing to focus that energy on, then it gets really it backs up on itself real quick, you know. I think I'm just gonna go for like a subtle fade here. That's why I'll take my models from start to finish in the engine. It's a process where at every step you can relax and change it and polish it. Yeah. Vibe code airplane certainly shows that chatbots work pretty well for code search. It would take a ton of time to find custom tutorial to knit together networking on the web. Stage 1 for the UVs done. Nice, dude. The guy put a $200 airplane skin in the game after a week that literally makes you 5 times stronger than everyone else. Pay to win. Yeah, pay to win games are always gonna... It's just gonna be like end of the day battle of who's willing to waste more money on the game. And then all like the general players are probably just gonna like fade out, you know? The people that aren't shoveling $200 out for skins and whatever. So it's like if you imagine like an auction, you know, and someone's just bidding higher and higher just to like egg someone up on a price to bait them to go higher. It's like, oh, you got the $200 skin? I got the $225 skin. Oh, you got the $225 skin? I got the $226 skin. Oh, I got the $500 skin. It's just endless, you know? It's just a joke. But you're also like talking about, it sounds like a content creator that's already kind of big. So it's like how much of it is actually like the game is good and how much of it is just their audience is really supportive. It wants to just pay money for the content in general. So they're willing to just shovel out on like, you know, not only subs and whatever, but like buying the game and all the skins and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know the actual like deal with what you're talking about, but sometimes having like a lot of internet clout can make it seem like you're doing this really lucrative thing, but really it's just you already built up like a really useful, powerful audience financially, you know? So that if you did it in a vacuum, it would totally fail, but in that scenario, it works out. It's like, what's the real economics of what's going on? It's not like an excuse for everyone to be like, oh, we gotta all go vibe code now. Like, you know, well, maybe you should go hustle and build up an audience that likes to drop subs and all that, you know, first, and then start doing crap like that. Can weasel more dough out of them. Or you could do the stupid thing, which is what I'm doing, and painstakingly craft something that I care about. Because I just enjoy the process. And make way less money in the end. Ah! The stupid thing. I'm good at that. Hey, what are you looking at? I'm having fun though, man. This is, it's been a long project and scary, but can genuinely say that it's been a good ride so far. And I can't wait to take it all away, you know? What would you do? I follow. The girl's got a reason. They've all got a reason. His audience is huge. It's an influencer guru product. Painstakingly, joy-stakingly, pleasure-stakingly. Well, that's what's tricky about game dev, is because a lot of times people will abuse that metric, you know, just because it tends to be a joyful endeavor. They're thinking, well, we can like rip you off because you actually like what you're doing. So you're just getting paid by the pleasure of doing what you love. So you should just give everything for free and we're going to devalue you, kind of a thing. So you got to be really careful, I think. Like it's okay to be like charging money for the things that you take years to produce, you know? It's just logical. Can't be expecting to give stuff away for free and then be able to continue to do it. It's like, I like it, so I need to like give myself a bridge to continue doing it, which means I'm gonna need to make a little bit of money doing it, at least. But it's like rewarded all the time. Like people recognize good stuff and will pay handsomely for quality. You know, like Marvel Rivals, for instance. People love the crap out of that, and tons of people are playing it and talking about it, and it's like quality can go a long way. The real struggle is trying to make something worthy of someone's purchase, you know, worthy of their disposable income, and just want to make something fun. You have to love the process, and the things you do at the end will show in your work. Yeah, that too, right? It's the same with art in general. If you're phoning it in, then people are they're gonna know. The only time that I think shovelware is like called for is when you're making ridiculous games that are meant to just be funny and silly and stupid. you know, like the Fart Girl or some obscene, stupid game, then it's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't spend a lot of time on it. Because in a way, it makes it funnier. So I think there's a context that can work for shovelware. Was it the guy who made Five Nights at Freddy's? His first game was called Fart Hotel. Any game with fart in the title should be shovelware. You are walking the path. I feel Woods of War has it. I hope so. I want it to be a proud first step for me as a solo game dev. I want it to be an accomplishment in regards to having elevated myself as a pixel artist and also as a C++ programmer, and generally being able to release something that's stable code, and just getting better at all forms of like the marketing and art and stuff like that, because it's the one thing I haven't spent enough time in my life trying to get better at. Yellow Cake, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This is why I'm like taking all this time, like redoing a bunch of stuff. Like I want it to be good. I want it to like fit my vision. No matter what it takes. The closer I get to like making a trailer, the more I'm trying to make forward-facing choices when there's stuff that's people see a lot of. Thinking about it deeply, just wanting to make it look right. Like yesterday, spending all day changing the glow style on the cards and on these Death Flower was just like, in a way, a backpedal, but it just dawned on me that it wasn't coming together like I wanted it to, and I had to iterate in a new way. And I'm glad I did because I feel more solid about it. Feels more crisp. And because you never know like at what point people are going to come into the game through seeing like little clips of it and stuff. So you want to make sure like all the angles, every moment works in its own vacuum, you know? All the way. I got you. What's up, Prophets? How you doing, man? Just got to grind on gameplay more rather than pixel art Rembrandts. You want a C++ programmer? You are at least a B-. Don't be mean to yourself. Oh, we were just on ads. Hey, Prophets. How you doing, man? I do think, yeah, like adding more to the gameplay is definitely going to be one of the bigger focuses moving forward, trying to get the demo live. And there's definitely a lot of stuff that I want to implement. But it all, you know, it's just in pieces. What was the hardest graphic animation you've done so far for the game? There's been a lot of hard ones. The dragon was pretty difficult. The explosion was pretty involved. This one's been pretty tough. Basically anyone involving just a lot of detail. The bigger sprites. Like this one, I need to create like a shockwave, and I'm not fully sure how I'm going to do it yet. So it's likely that my first attempt is going to be thrown away. So that part's pretty tough. Waves on ground. Yeah, that's going to be the front part of the smoke. Yeah. Right now I'm trying to come up with like the back part, and then this is kind of the main impact explosion, and then I have to create like that wave of smoke that radiates out in every direction. But this is like the initial kind of like firestorm. So it's going to be little experimentations. Can probably take an iteration or two. You know how it is. My usual like first attempts is like thrown out most of the time. Just is what it is. It's not a perfect system, but it gets me there.
Come on.
Kenta, thank you for the follow. I think it's awesome someone can take their imagination and create something playable with it. Oh, that's the challenge. Oh. Do you know how to do other graphic types besides pixel art, like vector graphics? Yeah. The logo you see, Woods of War, I actually sketched that and then I vectorized it. And then I took that and put it into Clip Studio Paint and painted over it as well. So yeah, I definitely worked in vector stuff. Yo, what's up? Lardison, what's going on? Oh, how was stream? How was stream? How's RPG coming along? Guys, Lardison is a really good pixel artist. Go check him out. Dude, Quartz, what's going on? Lord Kiliosis, hello. Thank you for coming in. How are you guys doing? How's the game going, Peepo? It's going pretty good, man. It's moving along. I just added a... I just changed the way the glow on the intro card works. I just did it. I manually just made the glow.
Come on.
I hands did the animation because the glow that I had before just wasn't like pixel art flavor enough. So now I feel like it has more punch. I still need to do the one around the banner more because that's still the old particle system glow. And I just think it's better to do it myself. So I did that, and I also added in I hand drew the flame animation hover for the death flower. Because I just think like manually drawing the fire and those effects tends to look better. It looks like I wanted to. So yeah, that's some animations I added. It was great. Thank you. How about you? Pretty good, man. Moving along. I did some coding at the beginning of stream, and then I got caught in like a debug cycle. Couldn't fully finish it, but definitely made a lot of progress on it. Because I'm trying to get the Goblin Bomber. I have him like running really slow right now for testing purposes, but I was trying to make it so that his explosion would blow up things in a range. It wouldn't just be like the target he lands on. It would be whatever targets are around him take damage. So I'm still ironing that code out. So yeah, Lord, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Cool fix. Explosions are huge. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. I made a massive explosion. Well, he's carrying like a bag of bombs, you know? Big old bomb. So right now I'm trying to do like a shockwave or something for the meteor. So I'm experimenting with an explosion here, and already this feels like maybe it's too big, but we just keep trying. I don't know if I should just reuse the same explosion for this. But yeah, thanks again for the raid, man. I'll do my best to take care of your crew. Like if I add a shockwave to this one, maybe it'll work. Let's just say for argument's sake that I'll use the old explosion, but then add some extra stuff to it. So like, shockwave smoke. First of all, we need to select this. Actually works. All right, let's try to create more of a shock wave here. Dun, dun, dun. Game produced by Michael Bay. Very nice work on this. Incredible. Thank you, man. By all means, go rest. Thank you again for the raid, and go take care of yourself, my friends. I'm a little fixed in here, a little hyper focused here. Okay, let's just look at this frame alone, pull up some onion skins, and then see. We do want it to kind of move fast. Expand in all directions. Create like an inside as well. Good morning, Red Squirrel. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well too. Thanks, Akris. Going for it. Just trying to come up with like a rough effect for now. And then we'll go in for detail later. Thanks, Auto. The fact that it goes over the edge doesn't matter. Nah. As far as I know, gaseous, like dust air particles will happily travel through the air with ease. We are trying to dissipate it at this point. I'm gonna start breaking it up. I do want to avoid it like hitting the edge of the screen, because the animation might show up at different Y coordinates in the end. Some Mac noise. Wasabi, what's going on? Got the Metal Slug style sprite style going. Yeah, for sure. This was a big study on, I was studying the big explosions in Metal Slug, 100%. And I made like I followed a lot of their structure idea, but I made it a lot less detailed because the amount of detail that goes into the Metal Slug sprites is absolutely insane. So I had like a lot of the color theory and structure, but I just kind of made my own distilled version of it, you know, because there's just no way I was going to sit and do. It would take me like 2 weeks to do the amount of detail that they put in there. So it's like too god tier. But generally speaking, it's diminishing returns. I feel like there's a certain amount of detail that like you can get away with like a lot less detail and it's still fine, you know? But anyways, 100% big influence by Metal Slug because they're the best, simply the best. And I was like, I want to learn how to do explosions the right way. They were the way. 100%. So I'm glad you recognize that. Because that's a good sign. It's a good shine. This explosion took me 3 days to draw. And now I'm just decided to reuse it for the comment. But I'm going to change it slightly. We're going to take the smoke out from the base, but we'll leave the shockwave that we just drew. But yeah, it's like the more I just sit and do this, even though it takes a long time, the better I'm getting at it. More used to the formula, the structure. So hopefully I walk away from this generally having a better understanding about explosions. I don't think I've perfected the shape language yet, but I'm on my way. Just gotta keep practicing. Because with the shape language, once I've like mastered that, then it'll be easy for me to just make any kind of explosion. But it's like not quite there yet. Takes a lot of trial and error. Cause a sensory overload for me. It looks really good. Orlin, what's going on? Do you ever dabble with engineering at all? I mean, you mean coding? Because yeah, I mean, I was coding at the beginning of stream. Doing the C++. But if you mean engineering in general... You mean circuits? No, I don't. I'm a software type, not a hardware. Trying to find content, you know, put out there. Something to put on the circuits. I mean, I've messed around with Arduinos a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Very light goof off stuff. Have you been doing anything interesting with it? I am soft. I'm 100% soft guy, for sure. I've always had a very easily sensory overload, like nervous system. And it just naturally equates to softness, you know, because like I absorb the world. I'm an empath. So it makes things, no matter how much I try to harden myself, I'm like feeling and absorbing the world around me. So I try to get better at compartmentalizing and get better with boundaries and try to just do my thing. It's why I'm an introvert, because the world's just too much for me sometimes. Know what I mean? You know what I mean? People are scary. The world is scary. And I'm one of those types that just openly admits, I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm a gentle person. I may have like big defenses, you know, that like make me an asshole sometimes. It's mainly just like to get people to stay away from me so that I can be safe. But I try to be compassionate as much as I can, you know, show that I really am a gentle soul. But it's a pain in the ass, dude. I'm not always a big fan of it, but I think can give me some creative intuition. So for that, I'm grateful. But yeah. I know We Leave Tonight was joking, and here I am taking it very seriously. For a more 3D effect, help with the busyness. Right now, I'm just getting rid of the smoke in the base, so I just want to see like fiery colors, and then we'll come back to detailing the shockwave, which I can probably keep that in the animation. I saw this this short yesterday. It was a talk, and it was from a screenwriter that talked about how there were always, and then beyond that, be criticisms, and people will forever give opinions about whatever you're doing creatively, and it never ends. Like, it literally will never end. As much as you want to ask, as many opinions as you desire to get, you can get, because people will always have their take on everything. And his point was that at a certain point in the process, you just have to say, this is done, and this is what I believe is going to be it, and I'm going to move on. And understand that even when the movie's out or the game's out, whatever you're doing, people will continue to criticize for all time. You know, how you could have done things better, slightly different, but made it better. Because everyone has their take, their idea of what makes things right. And it's subjective as hell. And it's been interesting streaming while I'm doing the art process live. Like right when I'm in the middle, I have like my hands in the dirt and I'm like doing this stuff. And there's always... people are like, did you mean to make like the explosion square? Like that's like the thing that I heard yesterday. And now like you're questioning whether or not I've made the blobs like blobby enough. And it's just like, when you, and like the thing is like, I don't know like your artistic prowess. I don't know what experience you have and whether or not I should even heed that information. It's like, you have to be following your own internal compass. Otherwise, the endless sea of criticism and backseating will steer you to nowhere. It's like a deer in headlights sort of scenario. You just got to follow your own compass, do your best. And I really needed to hear that advice because it's not like the criticism that I get while I'm streaming, it's fully welcome and I like the challenge because it does force me to think and justify my work to myself. And I think that in turn makes it stronger, it thickens my skin. Overall, it's fine. It's like just part of the process. And overall, I'm very grateful for it. So I'm not putting any, I'm not throwing shade, but, the reason I needed to hear it is because I'm continuously redoing stuff, trying to make it better and better. And I'm like, you know what? At some point, I just have to stop and just be like, it's fine. And I need to move on. I need to not get stuck in a perfectionist cycle. And I feel like that, if it's pretty good, then it's good to go. Stick with pretty good, move on, because there's a million things that need to get done, and it's better just to have something done than just to have one perfect thing. I'd rather have a multitude of characters and stuff that are all kind of decent, as opposed to two perfect characters. We need a whole cast of enemies here and AoEs and spells and all this stuff. So we just got to keep moving, and we got to move fast. So we can't get too perfectionist about it. And I say that, and I already am pretty perfectionist as it is, and struggle with trying not to do too much, But just know that there will always be criticism forever in a day. You'll have awards and millions of dollars from the thing that you created, and it'll be years later and you'll be retired and people will still be criticizing. You're like, good for you. That being said, sometimes you need to hear criticism and you need to be humbled, and there are ways to do it better. So it's just finding that balance. When do you submit and keep going back to the drawing board? When do you say, oh, time to move on? This is good enough? I tell you what, that's maybe one of the more difficult balances that I've seriously struggled with. That's why We Leave Tonight was earlier saying, you need to focus on gameplay and not drawing Rembrandts of pixel art for everything. And he's right. In a way, he's right. But any sort of conceptual art lessons that you hear, they all say the best, they say never take your first idea Always iterate hard on stuff, and that's how you're going to like get good and find the right solution, because that's what concept art is. It's finding the right, you're solving problems. It's all very interesting, people. Very interesting indeed. And every time I iterate on something, it gets better. So it really does pay off. That's definitely goof. You're working on a certain hardware standard. Interesting. It also helps for them to expand from the middle, so it looks like the plumes come at you. Yes, the world gives me the egg. You look hardcore though. Now you're just talking shop. You're not wrong, Wasabi. There's always ways to definitely make things more 3D or like in the right perspective and all this stuff. You sure? Put the pixels in the bag, lie in your stomach and count to gotcha. Very surprised you are painting directly over the plumes rather than tinting them. Tinting them? Nah, gotta paint them out. Can I ask something? Don't get mad. Ask your question. It's fine. You get used to it. It's like not a big deal. But I just mentioned it because that short came up, and it was like, you have to understand that like no matter how good you think something is, someone will always find a flaw. And it could be from someone that like never drawed a day in their life, and you need to be a lot more you need to be careful where you take your feedback from, and whether or not you're open to feedback in that moment. And for me, it's like mainly like feedback coming from myself. Like, when do I draw the line and be done? Bow wow. I don't mind stealing bread. It's just another obstacle on the sea of to-dos and things that need to get done. I'm going hungry. Do you know the theory of sampling? No, I don't. Just make it photorealistic. Yeah, right. That's the one thing I like about pixel art is when you don't have to make... It's the distillation of reality that makes it so comforting. Dude, so true. Very true. I'm an electric engineer from Berkeley. Well, nice. Yeah, I'm drunk, but you're funny. No negativity taken. I get it. It's just something I like to talk about because it's a regular occurrence. No matter like every stream, there's always someone who has like, oh, you should be doing things slightly different. And what I like about it is the fact that they're so engaged with what I'm doing that they feel like they want to steer the ship a little bit. And in a way, it makes me feel like I'm doing something right, that I'm creating something that is interesting enough that you're like, wow, like you could possibly take this technique and like, I wonder where he's going to take it, or, you know. Because to be honest, half the time I don't know where it's going to end up. I just keep iterating. And that's also a comfort too, because it's no matter where I take it, it can still be edited, you know? Like things aren't set in stone because it's digital art, you know? And it's not like I'm working on Bristol paper and I only have like a certain amount of erases before the paper just dissolves into a mess. Like I literally can just sit here and pixel all day, forever. But usually, like when I first do something, it's like it often changes. The first stab is always like tends to get I revisit it at some point. But honestly, I've been hanging on to this meteor storm to do for a while, for a couple weeks, and I really just want to get it done. Because it's one of those things that just shows up for like a moment and you don't stare at it, you know? So it's like you're not going to be able to pick up like tiny details like that in the moment. Kat, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I feel like once you just have it, the action kind of suffices, you're good to go. And you learn that about pixel art, that like generally in animation, you don't have to make every frame absolutely perfect. It just has to have the general vibe. But yeah, I'm like not to the point of polishing the shockwave. I want to make the shockwave like clouds kind of like expand and like fall over each other as it goes out. All right, now I'm just going for that general shape. So it makes it interesting for me too, because like I oftentimes don't know how things are going to turn out, and sometimes they're really bad, and I just have to sit with it for a few days, and then I come back and I'm like, yeah, that sucks. I need to change it. But honestly, I'm pretty happy with how this explosion came out generally, and we'll see how the shockwave comes out, because that's in the works. Yeah, with the shockwave, I have it a little bit like 3/4 top-down view, and I guess the most thing I want to make sure that is it matches on the grass perspective, and it might be a little bit too top-down. So I could potentially make it a little bit more forward, but I also think it kind of works this way too. But anyways, I'm not on the shockwave right now. I'm just working out the working out the base of the explosion, and I think I should probably factor in the crater as well. Maybe. I think I did it before and I wasn't super stoked on it.
Come on. I remind you of your bro. Sorry, homie, no pressure on decision making. I just know about gameplay and want to blab. Yeah, I can't wait to get deeper into the gameplay and add a lot more depth to the gameplay. Use Chopstick, thank you for the follow. And it's just, for me, it's a culmination of the assets along with getting the logic implemented. And I am like integrating the logic little by little. But yeah. Do you ever find peace? Parlo Italiano? I don't speak Italian, but I do find peace, yes. So Rust Rewrite is a then? Wait, what? It's a solid way of seeing it. The other media you work with, you used to love Calc. Rust is a hard language. I've never tried Rust. Sometimes you just want to allocate them. Thank you for sharing your work. My pleasure, Kat. It's all in the name of getting the word out there. I'm making a game, guys. Wishlist it on Steam. I don't even have like the trailer or the current art on the screenshots, but it's coming soon. And I am excited to get a demo up in the next month that people can start playing and giving me feedback on how to make the gameplay more intricate and interesting. Basically building up the card game and its sophistication over time. Because I'm about to, once I get like the demo in, at that point, it's going to be a matter of getting the just expanding the game to have the other levels, the more enemy types, more cards, stuff like that. So that'll be an interesting time. Cool. Way. You hire translators for the game and voice actors? I just use chat, or not, I use DeepL to translate, and then chat helped me with a few of the language translations. And I'm hoping in the future that I can get more assistance on that front, because that's usually how indie devs do it. They're going to have to do it with support from community, because it's really expensive to get to get a bunch of translations done, like thousands of dollars. And I'm just going to do my best to try to get people's input. There's not like a ton of copy in the game, so it's not that big a deal. It's pretty light, more or less. But in time, we'll see. I'm mainly concerned about like the kanji, like we got Chinese, Korean, and Japanese, and hopefully getting them sorted out because they're the biggest mystery, and Russian as well. But so far with like the Portuguese and Spanish and French, we've been able to get people helping on that already. Just been really good. But there's Italian, German, Turkish. I kind of doubt I'll find any support on Turkish. So there's probably going to be some bad translations for the game out there. And it is what it is. What's up, Admiral? How you doing? You should probably wait as long as the model for translation task because machine translations get better over time. Yeah, true. Interesting. So you found 13 people speaking 13 languages? No, I just went with the highest rated languages. I looked through the stats for Steam, and any language that had a lot of people using it that spoke that language on Steam, I went with those languages. So like for instance, I think Steam's most popular languages are Chinese, English, and Russian. And like Italian is actually one of the least popular languages in regards to users on Steam that I have done, because that one's like I think 1.5% usage, but everything else was at least over 2%, I think, roughly. On the, the stats I was looking at. 2% of the users on Steam are in, whatever respective language. But yeah, like the biggest languages you really got to nail down are Chinese, Russian, English. But it's important to me to get all of the Hispanic languages, just because like part of the world I live in, I'm like always had Spanish and like Portuguese and stuff around, so I want to get that stuff nailed in. I am putting Polish and German, Korean. I think I mentioned them all. I'm sure there's one I missed. I just want to try to make a game, make a product for the world, see what happens. But yeah, the localization is already implemented and got to do, like, as I'm adding new features to the game, new sections, I'm like translating it as I go now. So that's good. What's up, Cody? How you doing? That's cool. I didn't expect this. I thought you just checked all the languages when you created Steam page. It would be good to not support Russian. I just go where the stats take me, my friend. And as an indie dev, the goal is to sell the game anywhere that I can and learn how to do that effectively. But then there's places like I guess Vietnam doesn't allow Steam, so I'm not doing Vietnamese. And like I'm not doing like Dutch or Swedish and stuff like that, because I mean I don't know, I just drew the line at 12 languages. It was a lot, and just went with the biggies and was not really picking and choosing. I just went based on the stats. So if the market was big enough, I'm going for it. Alive in the super unknown. First you tell your mind and then it steals yours. Bam. If it's the scent that bleed blah blah. We got nerds all over the world, man. And hopefully I can make something that's interesting for some of them. Alive in the super unknown. Show. Alive in the super unknown. All right. So I just got rid of that, like the smoke at the base. And so now all the smoke is going to be focused on the shockwave. But I think I should tilt the perspective a little bit forward more. So that is going to be like raising this up. Raising this like middle chunk up. Whoops. On the shockwave here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Boop, 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 boop. What's the game about? Cody, it is about a there is a tree that comes to life through a druid spell, Marion's spell. A druid who binds her elven partner's soul to a tree. And then it's a tower defense where the tree comes to life and he has these arcana, these magic. So it's your deck. And you use that to protect the forest. And the tree itself is a source of a barrier that protects the entire forest. So they have to take down this one particular tree in order to access the forest and harvest its goods. So you start out with your initial hand here. You can decide if you want to like switch out things. And then you just start laying defenses down. And you have to have at least one arcana on the tree on the left or right side before it gets hit. Otherwise, you'll be destroyed. Currently, this guy runs really slow for testing purposes. Normally, he'll be faster. So you just put up defenses on these nodes, and every 15 seconds, I believe, it's like 12 or 15 seconds, you are dealt another card, and with that, you're able to do additional, put up additional armaments and different protections and stuff like that to fight against the enemy. And each arcana has its own advantages, different ranges, different types of attack, whether it's physical or magic. Some of the arcana, like this saw blade, is only for ground units, but also when you're like targeting air units with projectile arcana, the ground focused arcanas will continue attacking ground units, so it's kind of an advantage there. And you can use like, now I have like another Thornblade here. I can use that to either build another Thornblade on another node, or I can use it to upgrade the existing one for cheaper. And you have to be building up enough mana as you're killing dudes to basically invest in like additional defenses and stuff like that as enemies come out to crush you. Looks like all the enemies are coming on the left side right now. And when you kill enough dudes, you get a death flower, which is this skull in the middle, and that's where you can get AoEs. And that's what we're working on right now, is Meteor Storm. So you take the Meteor Storm card, and currently I don't have the animation in, is what we're working on, but you would drop this card and it just does damage to every enemy on that's both in the sky and on the ground. So it's a tower defense card game. And as you play the game, you unlock additional cards, different abilities, and you figure out, as you're dealt cards, you have to build up your defenses based on how much money you have and what what enemies are coming at you. Currently, it's like a little bit unbalanced. Like all these enemies keep coming on the left side. I need to make it so it's more balanced than that. All right, we finally get some enemies on the other side too. And you can upgrade arcanas directly bypassing the card system, but it's going to be a little bit more expensive. And you can also heal cards or heal arcanas that are already built. And you just like figure things out. Like you can only hold you can only hold 6 cards in a hand at a time. And like that AoE only affects ground units. So we need an air unit one. So Meteor Storm, get some of these dragons taken care of. Normally there wouldn't be like this many dragons. This is like an insane level of stuff because I have just infinite money for testing purposes. And we need to do the flash freeze animation soon, where everything freezes. Implemented that code. And you can also use Arcana that are built to like shoot to the left, you can have them aim to the right if you want. So you can like do focus fire if you want to, you know, target stuff. So it depends on like where you want to focus your weapons, what you want to build, what needs to be healed, upgrading, heal stuff. Let's see, what needs a rank 3? Need a rank 3 here. Whoops, no, on this one. And do a little ground one there. Upgrade that. And there's going to be additional cards. Like here's like the, you know, we got the AoE cards and we have the Arcana cards. There's also going to be what are called utility cards that do general maintenance. Like, you know, node swaps, generic upgrades, damage shields, just different stuff like that. Haste, different power boost. And there's additional like multifaceted functions to cards themselves. So for instance, if you have a card that has been like an Arcana that's already rank 3, currently I only go up, things only go up to rank 3. Eventually I'd like to push that. But like say for instance, I had a Thornblade card and I played it on a rank 3 Arcana that was fully healed. Like if they're rank 3 and they have low life, then it'll just heal to full life. But if it's already full life and then you play the card on it, I'm going to make it so that it'll give it a brief like boost, like a brief buff, so that you can continuously use cards repeatedly. I'm dead. I don't have a game over screen, but yeah, I died. And so just over time, I'm just going to be trying to build up complexity for the game, adding different ways you can combine cards and just the cards themselves. There's also going to be new enemy types that have, you know, certain advantages, disadvantages, stuff like that. So, yeah. That's the game, Cody. Was that concise enough for you? What was that, like a 20-minute explanation? I'm sorry. I need to get better at just, like, concisely explaining. It's a card game. It's like Hearthstone had sex with Kingdom Rush. In a retro pixel art game all at the same time. It's just like a menage a trois. I thought you just checked all the languages when you created the Steam page. No, man, I actually have basic translations for all the different, for the 12 languages that I've specified. There's like already a working like basic translation for everything. It would be good to not support Russian. Oh, wait, that's the last thing I read. There's an argument that localization to underserved countries can be valuable. I'm sure that's possible, but like I'm already managing 12 languages. So again, I just went for the languages with the highest rating. And, you know, I'm not making choices about what languages I'm supporting. Like there's no political thing. I'm supporting nerds across the world. I don't care where they live, what sort of government they're under. It's just a matter of nerds connecting with nerds, and we don't give a shit. End of the day, you know we don't. Factails, what's going on? Looks great. A lot of work involved. Yeah, I mean, it's coming along. Nice effect. I like it. Damn, this looks sick. Thanks, Spawn. Hey, man, if you guys would potentially look forward to playing the demo or, you know, in the future, you know, getting it when it comes out, like trying to release it this year. Even if you just wish list it, that is a big help. Cause I got to get a certain amount of wish list up so that when I do release the game, the algorithm on Steam helps push my game out. And, I don't even have a trailer yet and stuff, so it's early days. Gotta polish the Steam page more, but we're getting close. Looks like a great and solid foundation. It's almost to the point of having like the demo. I'm just like doing my best to get the basics in
The goal for the demo is to have 5 enemies, to have, I think it was 10 Arcana, and currently I only have 6. So that's like 10 cards for the Arcanas. And then the 3 AoEs, we only have 1 AoE, and this one we're still developing the AoEs. Like we have like 1.5 AoEs built, and just everything. I don't know. There's a ton of stuff. Multi-language support is great though, even if it may be unnecessary. Yeah. We'll see how it does, you know. Got a wish list. Thank you so much, Spawn. I appreciate that. So let's see. We need to add additional detail to the shockwave. Goodbye. Dude, what you say is so based. We should focus more on what we all have in common instead of what is dividing us. Yeah, exactly. Because I think end of the day, we all appreciate each other in some small way. And it's just the powers that be that want us to all be at each other's throats. When end of the day, you know, like anime fans are going to be into anime together. Gamer fans are just going to be gamer fans together. And it's not about, I think it's about having stuff that brings us together, not separates us, because we're not separate. If suddenly the oxygen in our atmosphere became poisonous, we would all die. This is a giant fishbowl that we all share. And it's like whether we like it or not, we're all sitting on the same toilet seat. So it's like we better get along, you know? Come on, guys. It's pretty simple if you really think about it. We're more connected than you think. We're all sitting on the same toilet seat that is Earth. That's my famous quote. I hope people record it for all time. It's one filthy, disgusting seat. One nasty
nasty, disgusting, poopy, floppy, chunky, dirty nastiness. I feel like my point's getting away from me through my shitty humor. Expand. 7 a.m. The toilet metaphor is killing me. I'm done, I promise. Forgive my indecision. You know what I want to hear right now? I want to hear this. Here we go. Hello, the stream banner art looks amazing. Thanks, what's up? What's wrong with the job market these days? What do you think our odds are getting C++ jobs? I think that if you're, the difficulty is going to be for the junior developers. If you're senior, you're going to be more likely to be hired. But that's probably what the problem is that there's more senior devs on the market because things are transitioning. I think with AI, there's just this transitional period where everyone's wondering what companies are like trying to figure out what they can do to save money and spend less on personnel and stuff like that. So it's kind of like this transitional period. But I'll tell you what, man, if you show up, you work hard, make yourself indispensable. Once you get a job, you'll be able to hang on to it. It's a weird time because for the longest time, tech was recession proof. People just wanted websites and software like it was nobody's business. And now it's getting to the point where it's very saturated because so many people were like, oh, you should go like into computer science and into tech. And for a long time, there was a massive demand and not enough people to fill the roles. And now it's starting to get to the point where not only is there enough engineers, but there's also AI and stuff and like other tools that are coming out, like basically making it easier to do. So it's now lowering the bar even further. So we have a ton of people and we have more tools to do it than ever. So naturally, there's going to be some people leaving the tech industry. I mean, personally, I'm trying to launch my game studio and get into making games, but that's its own thing. You know, that's creating a product that people want to buy and hoping that I can get by on that so that I can break out of the tech market. But if I need to, I could go in with CS, with C++, but see if I can avoid it. And worst case scenario, I could just go back in for like web development, general like front end stuff. But hopefully I won't have to when push comes to shove. But I think it's going to be a long and difficult road. It's not going to be just like this easy thing. You want to break into games, you got to get it right. I don't like the term of pay your dues. I think the term that's best suits what actually happens is getting it right. Because if all the stars align in what you're creating, the idea is good, the execution's great, the community is good, the timing is great, everything goes smoothly, the marketing works, like everything. There's a lot of things that just have to kind of line up. And some people just get it right out of the gate. They know, they just somehow they figure it all out. And other people release like 10 games and none of them succeed. So it's like, it's hard to say. It's hard to predict. All I know is that I've built a lot of games in the past, like Flash games, and know what it's like to build something under deadline pressure professionally, under the demands of a client. And you know, you do that for 20 years and you know that you can do it for yourself. And
That's the only thing I can be like 100% sure that I can do, is that I can get it done. You know, like, that's it. Whether or not it'll sell, whether I can continue doing this in the long run, that's whether or not I get it right. You know? Just because. Who knows? But I mean, I have enough like programming experience in front end to be like senior level. But now I'm like at the bottom of the ring, bottom of the rung or whatever. Like I am starting over with C++, because, but I guess it's not completely starting over because I have that experience. But I just knew that I needed to do this to be happy. But anyways, hope that my meandering thoughts about it is helpful. You had a job, you were laid off. AI sometimes even can't be front end stuff. To be honest, it sucks. Can't do front ends. Well, sorry to hear that you got laid off, man. That's absolute dog shit. That sucks. You know, maybe it's time to take stock and take the opportunity to make changes that you were maybe afraid to make before. Because honestly, like, I was working for like 18 years in a job, basically, that until I switched over into freelance and moving away from the job, essentially. It wasn't until then that I decided to just go for this and be more risky. Because I figured if I don't do it now, then I'm never going to do it. It's time to just go big or go home. And sometimes it takes a little shake-up like that to wake you up and be like, well, if I don't do this now, then I'm probably never going to do it. Because the fact that I was able to, for me personally, settle into a job for like a good like 18 years was like me learning that I can, if I go to work for another company, I'll be there for like the rest of my life. Because like, I don't get fired. I do a good job and like I stay. Like for better, for worse, I get settled in and I just stay, and I like find peace and gratitude in all that I do. And so I knew that if I didn't take this risk now, that I would just get a job and just waste away in that job. And so I had to take this time to give it a shot, give myself that space. Otherwise, you know, I feel like I could always just get another job and then just disappear into that job. But I don't want to. I want the job, the work to be for myself. You know, you spend 20 years building other people's dreams and you're like, fuck, I could have been working on games this entire time. Think of how much insight, how much experience, like who knows what would have happened, you know? Fuck. But you can't dwell on the past, right? All we can do is say, moving forward, let's just give it a shot. See what happens. It's the hardest path, but I'll tell you what, I wake up every day excited and interested and passionate. And there's days when the anxiety is rich, palpable, because every decision I'm doing, I'm like putting in front of really talented people and gamers alike. And gamers are a harsh crowd, man. They have so much. We've all had like so much awesome stuff to play and movies to see and like just incredible art.
And we're spoiled to shit. And because of the internet, we're competing against the world, you know? Like back in the day, you know, you used to only compete with the person in town. But now it's like you're literally competing with all like 9 billion people at once. So you got to work extra hard. You got to work harder today than you ever did in the past. You got to be legit. You got to be real. You got to be authentically good. Can't just be some shovelware chat GPT fucktoid. It won't work. There's too many actually talented people that will crush you, because they'll use AI too to get ahead. And it's like, it takes good ideas, good way. You got to curate good things, have a good design sense, good taste, good execution, good discipline. It's like so much stuff. So get to work. Do it. I say it takes 10,000 hours to master something. In programming, it's 50 billion hours. It's different. It's way more than 10,000. It takes 10,000 hours just to make a game. I've literally been streaming, making this game for like a year and 3 months or so. I have streams going all the way back, just working on the game day in and day out. Stream 3 times a week for the most part, and days I'm not streaming, I'm working on the game still. And I'm still here, barely ready for a demo. Almost ready for a demo. But we're going to get there, guys. It's going to be awesome. I am excited. What I love about it continually developing is the upcoming opportunity to do new enemy types, because I feel as I've done this, I've progressed as an artist. And so like as I produce enemies going deeper into it, the enemies are going to get better and better than like the original enemies. I already want to replace the original enemies. I want to redo the orc, and part of me wants to redo the troll, but I think I might not. I think I might hold off. But I need to, like the little orc down here, he needs to replace the default orc that I have now. And once I have that in, then I feel like I'm ready to like market the thing. And the orc that I have in the game was already like the 7th design or something. And so like now I have like the final design, the final form. So after like, it had to be more than 7. Let me see. We did the original guy. I shrunk down. That was 2. Then to like 3. I don't know. It probably like 7 to 10 designs before I got to the orc that I have now. And now I have like this new design on top of it all. So I'm throwing out the old one. I'm doing the new one. So the worst thing I'm guilty of is like throwing stuff out and redoing it. Because like if I didn't do that, I would have so much more game. Why do I keep doing it, guys? I need to just let it lie. Just let it be what it is. I can't help it. No more throwing stuff out after the orc. Which is a lie. It'll never end. I knew gratitude was dangerous, or enjoy a simple form, not running after money. Yeah, that's my approach. It's like I need to make enough money, make something that interests people to buy,
so that I can continue doing this. And even if I made $1 million with a game, I would continue producing games because it's just what I want to do with my time. But I don't need $1 million to survive. I need a lot less. I just need enough that I don't completely burn through the money I saved up working as a game dev for 20 years. Or a front-end developer, rather. Now I'm a game dev. Trying to migrate into it, so. What's up, Free Code? How you doing? I saw you get auto-modded earlier, and then I think you disappeared, so I hope you're okay. It is a hero sprite. Do it. The orc it's just has to be done. It's what I want. This little orc down here is my favorite. And I'm sorry, you can only see him on Twitch. You can't see him on TikTok, but he's the guy. He's the one. He's the one that matches the capsule art. And it was just bringing that together. So yeah. Is what it is, man. Enjoyed listening and watching the work evolve today. Thank you for lurking. Enjoy your lunch. Let's do it. Just gonna try to finish the smoke up, and that's probably gonna be the end of stream. I imagine I'll go for like another hour, probably, maybe. However long it takes me here. Because it would be nice to just put this animation to bed. I wanted to have a small version of like a small meteor on top of the big meteor. But at this point, I'm kind of thinking I might just stick with the big meteor and just put like, you know, four of them, four to six of them on screen. I feel like it would look better with some varied sizes, you know, do like one smaller and then just the big one and mix those two. So we'll see. Like, I feel like I haven't put a ton of time into this yet. Oh, yeah.
Professor says that 75% of the development is done before you actually start code and you put things together. He say the reasons of being skilled in concept art is saving on money and time later. You're a game dev student, by the way. Do you think he is right? Oh, do I think he's right that concept art, completely doing concept art for the entire game and never developing or doing anything, putting it into practice, putting it into context, does that save you time? I think in some cases, yes. And in some cases, you can't plan. You just have to jump in. And once you put it like you design this and that and this and that, then you put it together and you realize, oh shit, like this guy needs to we need like an extra frame for this to work. And that's like time too quickly to work with this element. And like that color scheme is like clashing with this. And it's just like when you bring everything together, you just can't plan for it. You can plan, you can try to make everything cohesive. End of the day though, all you can do is iterate and just keep doing. I think the more talent you have and the more you're able to plan out a continuity and maintain it, that it could really benefit you and save you time in certain respects. But I just laugh because of how I work as an artist. Like I have to experience things. I'm very reactive to how I work. Like it's like I'm an improv artist and I have to improvise things. And so I put things, I just experiment and I try things. And I try to come in from like a continuity perspective, but then oftentimes I'll just execute something and then just look back at it and experience it and then be like, okay, this needs a change, this needs a tweak, and then I'll iterate on it again. But I think that just sounds like a general argument of why you need to hire a concept artist. That's like a concept artist saying, you need me and you'll save time if you hire me to do this. And I think in a lot of cases it could be true. But it's like, say for instance, you're doing like a character sheet turnaround and you're the 3D modeler and you're working on the 3/4 view. And there's just like one piece of the clothing or piece of the hair or something that's just like weirdly placed. And you're like, oh shit. Now I got to wait for the concept artist to tell me how this works. Instead of trying to figure it out yourself, unless you're a talented 3D artist and 2D artist at the same time and can fill the gap yourself. A lot of times that can bottleneck you. And in game dev, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of people usually on the teams. So it's a really complicated process. So it's hard to say that just this is going to save me a lot of time. You don't think concept art is enough? Game isn't just art, it's also software, plan out and estimation. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's bringing the art into the software. That's a whole other transition as well. And then whether or not it's marketable, that's a whole other thing. And it's just what's up? Adrian, let's go. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, it's right in the middle of ads. Let's go. We aren't friends, Push Toy. What the hell? Looks like we're almost off ads. But Torin, I think you should listen to your professor and try to take everything with a grain of salt, basically.
Adrian, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. It looks like we're back from ads. Hello. What's going on, man? How was your stream? What did you do? How was your life? Happy weekend. Tell me things. Talk to me. And then leave and go take care of yourself. You don't have to stay and talk to me either. If you want to just peace out, do it. I agree with you. And well, it is all theory in university. Of course, he was lead developer of Crytek, by the way. So maybe that gives some background. Nice. Still trying to learn C. Wrote a hash map today. Melted my brain. Oh, damn. Melty brain. Melty brain. Were you listening to Push Toy telling you to write hash maps? I had to look it up. I was like, hash map, unordered map. Oh, yeah, I'm using those. We were just talking, Torn was just asking about, because he's taking a game dev course, or he's getting a degree in game dev, and his professor was talking about, is it useful? Does it save time to do all of your pre-production before actually going into production? Like, should you sit and do like 100% concept art for every element in your game before you ever start anything? And I think in some respects that yes, you can like see problems before you get into some of them, but there's no way that you're going to be able to predict everything. That's my take on it. That all the concept art in the world is not going to save you from like the things that you can't predict or that you just can't wrap your head around yet. I think for people who are really experienced and know what they deliver and know the type of projects that they bring to the table, I bet you like by the time they get to like, you know, the third sequel of the game or they're continuing a game in like a certain style, that they can really execute deeply on it in a concept level. But every time I've done like, you know, it's like doing like when you create a pro forma, basically like you do a business plan. You're starting a business and you make a business plan, and then you have a pro forma in the business plan. What a pro forma is like predicting how the company's going to do financially before you've done anything. You're like, we're hoping within 3 years we'll be like completely like, you know, making our money back and all this stuff like that. And then when push comes to shove, like pro formas are usually trash. Usually they're like just wishful thinking or just completely off base. Because when push comes to shove, you know, things change. Estimations, concept art, like all that stuff. It's like some of it's good. A lot of it is probably a waste of time. And it's more like you got to just start implementing and then figure stuff out as you go. Lead dev when, though? A silly coincidence. No, you need to work on the elements of your game together. Gameplay, art, music, etc. They need to be developed simultaneously. Well, as a solo dev, that's how I feel about it. Because like things affect each other. You know? Like first off, you have the art. How is the art going to work with the other art? And then like code-wise, functionality-wise, how's it going to work? And then when the functionality changes, do you need to change the art? And, you know, and then if you want to change things for marketing reasons, like maybe you feel like a certain change to a character or something will make it more marketable. Like there's just all kinds of reasons why as you work on things, they would need to change. I mean, I don't know. I think you should remain flexible. But having badass concept art would always help you. It's always going to like help the process for sure. But it's not going to save you from the rewrites, from the compromises. It just won't. What's up, Riz? Yeah, we got a nice raid from Adrian. Very cool. Bum bum and a mount. Down 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 and a mount.
This shockwave cloud is going to be a little bit chaotic, and we're okay with that. I think if you're running a budget and you have like a lot of staff and stuff like that, I think holding things down cohesively through concept art and stuff like that is more intelligent, you know? But if you're working alone, then I think leaving yourself open is going to probably be easier. But the more you're like trying to corral a bunch of creatives, then it's probably better to be like, follow the plan, you know? It's one thing I like about doing this solo is that I have that freedom, but it's a double-edged sword because I feel like I sometimes redo stuff too many times and get caught in that cycle a little too much, Far away. You were cooking burgers, people fat? Long time no see. What see you much in cakes laterly? Laterly? Burgers sound good. My dude, haven't watched Cakes in a while. Seems like Cakes is doing pretty good, man. He seems like his numbers are up. I hope his demo is going well. I think 20 years ago or so, don't know, it's pretty common. Former developers doing into distant teaching courses. We also have one from Ubisoft Paros. Hola. My mistake. Please continue. It's 2 p.m. Yeah, 2 p.m. is about my bedtime. My sleep schedule is about to transition back into Daywalker. I'm on the cusp of losing my nighttime stream schedule again, because I just keep pushing and having long days where I just go deeper and deeper and keep pushing my sleep schedule. So it's just the same old story. So if you don't see me at this time in the coming days or coming weeks, don't worry, I'll be back. But I'll be just streaming during the day at that time. Like right now, it's already starting to be the morning time here. We'll probably have this for a little bit longer, though. This is about the time I like to stream. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me. It's just as long as I get work done. That's what matters. vampire time? Yes. Mars time? Yes. We need Venus work days? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. No, 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 no. Yes. I just work, man, until I drop. And what I spent the entire of yesterday doing pretty much was making these new card glow animations right here. Let's show them off again. So I made the little green animation that goes circles around the card, and then also on the little confirm button. And I redid the confirm button in a major way to support it. Because now the button has like an animation built into it. So that took a lot of work. So getting that all built out, which I think looks pretty sweet. I like it. It's what I envisioned all along. I just couldn't get the particle system to do exactly what I wanted. So I just did the animation myself. And then I also developed this animation, which is the little fire on the death flower, which I think looks pretty sweet. So I just backed off the particle system and started, oh, looks like the chat is getting cut off on TikTok. Fuck. All right, my bad. I'm a bum. It's hard keeping all this stuff straight. So like, yeah, I just got that little like flame animation done yesterday. And yeah, it's all coming together, guys, little by little, getting there. And that's all I did yesterday, and it took me all day. It's like, son of a bitch. But I've been like reworking the particle system glow a lot, and just wanting it to look different the entire time. And I finally just caved and did the animation myself. And I know moving forward that I'm not going to rely on that particle system for that stuff. Which, honestly, it's more solid feeling. In the sense that the particle systems are a little hard to corral sometimes. So it's a good thing in that respect. So we're almost done with this pass. After this pass, we're going to go through and add highlights to the smoke, which will give it a lot of dimensionality. And then after that, we will do a shadow pass. And that'll be the final polish for this shockwave. I mean, 243 days in one day would be so efficient. You could say you made a game in 3 days. I don't know what you're shamokan. But yeah, sure. That's not what efficient means at all. Don't be a body pooper. Let me do this. All we can do is our best and forget the rest. That's what they tell us in P90X workouts. Do your best and forget the rest, you fat piece of shit. I'll forget it. I'm sorry. It's too hard. I need to go for a walk. I really am a fat lard. It's one thing this game is doing to me. It's killing me. It's killing me. All right. There, we finished the drawing the little clouds. Now we got on the high lines. Don't hate yourself, brother. Let it all fall. Let it all out. Thought you were gonna say let it all hang out like a brick house. That I will. On to the highlights. Is going to go quicker. It will go quicker. First, we're going to just select that. I'm going to hide that. Then we're going to select that. And we're going to just make some highlight color. Wait a second, was that the end of that album? That was the end of that album. We gotta put on our highlighting the shockwave music. What is gonna be the last bit of music? I'll tell you what the last bit of music is. We've been listening to rock all night long. We're gonna do our final epilogue. And it's going to be this. We're going to go back to our game list and we're going to play Get It Together. This is the final moments. Ba-dum-dum. You can do this. Hell yeah. Damn straight. No problem. Final stretch. Need to make particle system that mimics your art. Yeah. If only.
Pew, thank you for the bit. Hi.
X1, hi.
Does keep Steam page online cost you anything? It does cost you $100 to start up your Steam page, yeah. But beyond that, it doesn't cost you anything, no. Pew, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Hashtag good luck, buddy. Dude, we don't need luck. We just need time.
Q658059 cheered. X3, which game is this out of?
This is for the game that I'm creating called Woods of War. And it is a tower defense game. It is a two-directional... Whoa. Do those arcanas just disappear for no reason? For no reason? And, yeah, here. You can see the current Steam page if you want to wishlist it. I'd appreciate it. So it's a card game tower defense, and I'm developing it from scratch, writing the engine from scratch in C++ and SDL2, and it's called Woods of War. You come in with your initial deck that you want, and with your initial 3, you drop arcanas on nodes and try to destroy enemies. And currently testing the Goblin Bomber, so he's like extra slow right now for testing purposes. He's actually normally runs really fast and just blows stuff up instantly, kind of like creeper status. And so you just dealt cards as you play, and you have to build up your defenses and offenses and make good choices on how to survive. And you can use cards to upgrade prior built arcanas and make the best of the deck, that the hand that you're given. And when you kill enough dudes, as you kill dudes, you're earning mana crystals. That's what enables you to actually build more stuff. And it also, when you kill enough dudes, you're collecting special energy. When you have enough special, you will grow a death flower out of your beard, and that's where you can redeem that and get an AoE card. So that's just general damage to all enemies at once with like a bigger animation. And that's what this comet animation that I'm working on. It's one of the AoEs. And yeah, so it's just like a general tower defense. I did it this style, kind of simple map where it's just a two-directional thing to keep the scope relatively small so that I can get the game done within a reasonable amount of time.
and move on to making a horror game, which I'm hoping to start production on next year. And so, yeah, I'm going to be trying to release this game this year. And that's the deal. Woods of War.
Q658059 cheered. X5 Pixel games are the best.
They really are, man. I am a big fan, and thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's all underway. Little by little, we are getting there, but we are most certainly getting there. Little Froggy disappeared. Okay, forgot what I said. Wait, what? Deep throat? What are you talking about? Deep Throaticus? Deep Throaticus? What do you think is the advantage of writing the engine yourself instead of using Godot or something? Well, if you want to talk strictly about advantages, it is a few things out of the gate. I have the freedom to build exactly what I want, no more, no less, so I don't have any bloat. I have full control over what I do, and I know Godot is open source, so that's kind of like not a great argument for that. But King Kong Pal, thank you for the follow. But if Godot suddenly decides they want to start charging a subscription service for what they do, like I'm never subject to like the whim of whatever, you know, those little companies decide to do. I get to own my own stuff. There's no middleman. And yeah, I can just build exactly what I want. And it allows me to explore C++ on a much deeper level and allow me to really get familiar with the language by having to make everything myself. And I am using SDL2, so that's like for graphics processing. And I also have like a particle system that I found that was open source. It's not like super complicated, but and it's not the cleanest built thing, but it's decent memory management. So those are two things that I'm using that I didn't build, but I am modifying. But everything else I built myself, and I just am mainly doing it to learn, and I just like owning my stuff. So those are my big reasons. And I'm not against using engines. I have full respect for people that use engines. It's a smart way to go. It helps you save time, and it also oftentimes gives you increased abilities that you wouldn't otherwise do on your own. Since my games are strictly two-dimensional pixel art, I'm not having to process any 3D stuff. But if I needed to do 3D at all, then I would for sure tap into probably Godot. You know, and if I was going to do 3D, it would be like pixel art on a 3D plane kind of a thing, which is pretty common these days. But I don't have any immediate plans for that. I'm thinking the horror game, the next game that I will create will be also from scratch. And I'll be using this code base as the starting point. So there's a lot of infrastructure that's going to come along with this code base that is going to move into the next game. Because as I release this game, people are going to be playtesting and helping me debug it and making sure it runs for everyone. And then I'm going to take that more stable code and I'm going to put it towards the horror game. So hopefully it'll give me kind of a leg up in regards to that. But that being said, I'm likely going to be migrating to SDL3 for the horror game, most likely. And right now I'm using SDL2, and I'm like committed to using SDL2 all the way through so that I can just officially have an SDL2 project in the can before I make the switch over to SDL3. Just because, you know, I've never fully released anything in SDL2 completely. So it's like, before we abandon it, I'd like to get that experience in, and then I'll probably just be moving on to SDL3 from here forward. I mean, it's not even like fully
integrated yet. Like the SDL2 or SDL3 for the SDL image and the TTF like aren't fully, at least they don't have like the linkage build files that I need to properly import it. And I'm too much of a dumbass to figure that stuff out. So I'm sure you can generate your own linkage files, but hell if I know how to do it. That's pretty much what made me decide to like stick with SDL2. I'm like, might as well just get one in the can just to have it, just to have the experience. And then moving forward, we'll get more with the times. SDL2 is still pretty legit though. I mean, pretty solid. I think having that lack of like 3D element is probably the only thing that is that, and like more like easy access to shaders is probably the only thing that I wish I could push a little harder for. But I'm okay with it so far, because honestly I think it's been okay. Because if I use Godot, then I'd be able to do like slightly like 3D effects for on certain things, because I know like a lot of card games nowadays, the cards kind of like tilt and have like a little bit of that like 3D feel. But I'm going hardcore pixel art with this, and just is what it is, man. I'm committed to it. It's like you could always go down that rabbit hole if you want, but at the same time, I feel like one thing that makes like AA games kind of not great sometimes is when you step into the 3D realm and you don't fully do a great job with it, it can actually make your game look worse. It's almost better to have like more lower tech and do it really well than try to be like all 3D, but then have like not great models and not good integration. It can just feel bad. And I think for me, sticking with the pixel art, I don't know, it just feels right. I was there from the very beginning, you know, like more or less. Like I wasn't necessarily on like Atari, but I had Nintendo 1 Mario Brothers when I was like 6 years old. My brother got a Nintendo, and I was obsessed with Ninja Turtles at the time. And that's like the first thing I ever did. It was like Mario Brothers and Spy Hunter, and that was it. That's like, and then it was like Amiga, and you know, just grew from there. Then Game Boy, handheld, Super Nintendo, N64, Game Gear, and onward, PlayStation, Sega. I guess Sega was before N64, and then I went through all the PlayStations up until PS4, then I stopped. And then I got a Switch as well. That's my entire console history. Otherwise, it's just PC gaming. And the reason why I bring it up is because I grew up with like pixel art, you know, and then it slowly became about 3D and making things like increasingly realistic, right? And now it's like, let's go back. Like what made the game fun? It wasn't like trying to make it the most technologically advanced. It's all about a nice style and fun gameplay. And it doesn't take state-of-the-art graphics to do that. If anything, it kind of ruins it. Because you don't want it to be like real life, you know, like you want it to be somehow a little bit cartoonish or fantastic. Something that's like a distillation of reality. And I think pixel art does that beautifully. When you look at pixel art, you're just immediately portaled into another realm where there isn't any trauma. It's like this beautiful little fake world of blocks, and it's I don't know, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. So I still believe in pixel art. I think it's awesome and a great expression, a great style to express if you can pull it off. And there's some just absolute legends. And I still think we haven't done everything necessarily with it. You know, I think there's always more stories to tell and more styles to kind of figure out with it. I mean, more or less every game has pretty much been built, but like your story, your take on it, your personality and mix of tastes, no one's seen that before. You know how it is, man. If you want to be an indie dev, you have to be very good at self-deluding yourself. All right? Just being like, my voice matters. I have something interesting to say. I started reading Stephen King's book on writing, and one of the first things he's saying, he's like describing like his life, and he says this thing. It's like, I used to believe when I was more naive that like that you could get good at something if you work hard enough at it. But the truth is that some people just got it and some people don't. And I was like, oh, fuck off, dude. In this book of like how to be a writer. And I guess he's right, though, because I mean, he's talking specifically when it comes to writing, because when you think about it, when you curate a story, it's like, are you able to like write every character style, every personality type, make something universal that can appeal to a lot of people? That takes a certain universal communication, you know, that like not every person I think is capable of. I don't even know if I'm capable of it. And it's interesting to think about. I'm just like, damn. Some people also can't, they're not present enough with how their level of talent, whatever the talent is, they don't admit to themselves that they're like the reality of how good or bad they actually are. So I mean, on that sense, I agree with them too. Like, if you can't be like honest with yourself that like of how you can improve, then you won't ever improve. And if you don't ever get feedback, you'll never know what the fuck you're doing. You'll just be self-deluding. So in some level, you need to be a little self-deluded so that you can stay motivated. But then in the other sense, you need to get feedback and see how people react to your work and decide whether or not that's what you want. You know, like if that's how you want them to react. So it's kind of interesting.
Let me get caught up on chat here. We're almost done with this highlight pass. We really powered through it. Hell yeah. Let's see. The advantage is making something that better represents your idea. Yeah, Push Toy. Without the bloat. You're talking about game engine. So what about using framework instead of making a full-blown game engine? Godcall, I'd say whatever technology helps you to move forward and gets out of it doesn't create any technical slowdown or block for you creatively. Whatever tools that enable you to move forward swiftly and is intuitive to you, and you're able to make genuine progress, then that's the right tool for you. Basically, the thing that makes you interested and gets you most excited moving forward. And for me, building a game from scratch, you guys got to remember, like, why I do it is because I was a Flash developer for 10 years. When I built games in Flash, there was no like engine or like particular way of doing things. It was just like, here, like there's a way of putting graphics on the screen, and then you would just go to like the first keyframe and just start dumping code, and you just write your code, and you'd have to make a game from scratch every time. And there was no like framework. It was just like definitely a high level language. So there was a lot of classes, a lot of useful things in the language, a lot of functionality, you know, event systems and all this stuff. But you had to just build a game from the ground up. And so I got used to doing that. I did it for 10 years. I did it professionally. And I did it for clients on all levels. You know, some of the games I made like had hundreds of thousands of users. And, but of course, Flash died and it was depressing. But like now I'm coming in wanting to make games again. All of my expertise is from building games from scratch. It's how I've always done things. And I mean, with a high level language. So I'm going with a little bit lower level language. So I have to add back some of that stuff. I had to make my own event listener class. I had to make my own like button. I'd make my own button system, so that like as I had to like track clicks, you know, so that like say there's two overlapping buttons, if there's like a mouse click on a button on top of another button, that mouse click expires. Like I had to have like a event system for that. I had to make a dynamic animation system for just creating dynamic animations, you know, animations that happen in the moment. Like I need to move this thing to over here, and that's like Green Sock back in the day, Tween Max, if you will. Like I created all these systems that basically it's like I'm capturing my Flash days, basically. And that way I can get back to making games as I understood it back in the day. So that's the other advantage. Basically just serving, or, you know, tapping into that instincts, those well-formed strategies and stuff that I've had. Hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers, Beta. Good day to you. You're planning on using SDL2 or Raylib with C++, but also use custom OpenGL shaders because I like going deep into stuff. I started looking into OpenGL. That is fucking deep. It's so complicated, but that's awesome, dude. Linking is the worst. This guy, I never had a single console. Check your privilege. You never had a single console? I had like neighbors that had like a few of those consoles. And yeah, like I had consoles, but I also had 6 brothers and sisters. So I only got to play the console for like 30 minutes at a time. So I am checking my privilege, sir. This, what you are saying makes a lot of sense. What's up, Cool Coden? Welcome in. Yes, but modern games and movies are sold on technology, high-tech realism. Pixel art and 2D animation hasn't been fully explored. It's just still a feasible style that's fun, and sometimes you want to like step back from a 3D game and just do something more casual and chill and nostalgic, especially for the older gamers. And there will always be 3D games, but
Sometimes you just want like a game idea produced for less than $500 million. And so you make like a nice pixel art game that's like fully steezed out and has just a nice flavor to it, you know? Why do we make it? We do it because it's awesome. Adrian is only capable of learning but not producing. He was born like that. Poor Flash developers. I know, Sag. People made so much cool stuff in Flash. I made a lot of cool stuff, and I made a lot of lame stuff too. But I think the most notable, my favorite thing that I like to brag about is doing games for Apple Jacks, the cereal. And it was like the we're on commercial, but for those ad evaders, they will get to hear this. That for the it was like Applejack Olympics or something, and so like basically there was my favorite game was jet skiing through a bowl of Apple Jacks as a cinnamon stick or the apple. Yeah, that's probably one of my greatest accomplishments. You guys can applaud whenever you're ready. I jet skiing in a bowl of milk, a bowl of cereal, baby. Now that's when the internet was fucking awesome. That's one of my proudest accomplishments. I just fucking loved that job. It was so much fun. Just got to do so much random stuff like that. I'm like, what am I doing today, boss? Oh, I need you to make this wine cork shoot into that wine glass. Okay, cool. Stupid cork game for a vineyard. I'm like, all right. Good times, man. Good times. What can I say? I like what I do. And I'm a person who gets stuck in his ways, and I'm definitely stuck in the past. I would like to still be a Flash developer, so I'm basically writing games as a Flash developer, but with the power of C++. So I can actually make games way bigger now, and they're way faster and more powerful. So, but I'm like doing it with the sentimentality of like, of a Flash developer. So it's kind of funny. Let's go with the claps. Hell yeah. The greatest accomplishments. 2D pixel art games are a cheat code for having widest range or supported hardware. Oh, I guess that's true. Until you're thinking about getting something maybe on mobile, then you might have to vectorize your stuff. But probably still could work in a lot of ways. I remember hearing about a guy moving countries for a new Flash job a few months before it getting deprecated. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, like the company I worked for at the time, like I didn't leave my job. We just started doing JavaScript instead. You know? Just moved on to something else. Okay, we're doing the shadow pass now.
It's funny, like, I know there's going to be people that are going to describe my game as like a Flash game, and people kind of already have in some cases. And I just never take that as like an insult or anything. I'm like, that actually makes a lot of sense. That like the game I would create seems like a Flash game. I mean, I did it for so long, and it's like the philosophy that goes into what I do. But I think when I do the horror game, hopefully I'll start elevating my code a little bit so it'll seem like a bigger scope than a Flash game. But this game, it's probably going to feel like the scope of a Flash game, but honestly it isn't. It's definitely bigger. Like the amount of assets going into this, I wouldn't put into a Flash game. It'd just be too much. But you know, just do what I do. I am not ashamed of my roots. It's hard to be when you make a good amount of money from it and you really enjoyed the process. Damn. Slap it. What do you mean, vectorize? Don't you know what vectorizing means, sir? On mobile, you can ask screen compositors to vectorize stuff for you. We're 30 years into PC gaming. We still have to do that manually via some graphics API. Well, that's what I'm thinking, Chica, that like I'm going to have to do that for if I want to convert my pixel art into mobile friendly environments, that I might have to vectorize it so that I can like squash and stretch a little bit, especially when it comes to what are they called? The retina screens, the ones that are like twice the pixel density, just to keep the fidelity of the graphics. I'm just thinking it would make the most sense if I went vector, if I was going to go that route. This game feels like maybe way down the line that it could potentially be a mobile game. And considering that there's a whole generation of kids that no longer touch consoles, they just get everything on touch screens. that like it's in a way to reach that audience you have to go a little bit mobile, but I'm more interested in making PC games, so it's really like an afterthought. Like this game probably honestly would perform better as like a touchscreen game, most likely. But this is going to be the foundation for the horror game, which is 100% going to be a PC game. And who knows, maybe I'll like branch out to other consoles at some point, but it's all about that PC. It's the only console that makes sense. I mean, who bought a PS5? It just seems like a racket now because they're starting to get into the mentality of, oh, we don't want to make a bunch of games. We just want to make one super live service game and then charge commercials and like have you charge per hour kind of a thing. They like want to they're trying to invent new ways to rip people off. And I'm from the era where you would just buy a game and you owned it. You just had the cartridge and that's it. No subscription, no battle pass, no fucking bullshit. Game wasn't getting patched. It was just done and freaking working. And in a way, I'm just trying to get back to that. Because by George, it worked. It was a system that worked. It's not about being greedy, making infinite money. It's about making enough money to get by so that you can continue doing something you enjoy. And not selling your audience out in the process. So that you can buy a Porsche or some fucking stupid nonsense. Some doodad. All I need is money for movies, concerts, and Uber Eats, and then I'm good to go. You know, occasional travel. And then just live my life. If I had $1 million, I would just put it into the stock market. I'd just invest it. So that I could just keep living a humble life and not having to work. And I still would work. That's what I keep saying. Like, if I succeed with one of these games, I'm likely just going to keep streaming, keep making games. Because what else am I going to do? It's what I like to do, man. Looks smoky to me. Nice little shockwave there. I feel like I want to add, maybe take a few highlights out or some shadow out. Just a little bit here. Maybe instead we should just do like a lighter. August, thank you for the follow. Hey, and Alexia gave us a shout out. Oh yeah. Like the slag the old things off. It's just trends. Like everyone's slagging off Java. People slag off Java because it's premium. A mobile texture, I believe, vec2 pause. Scale transforms matrix open up to by default. Interesting. No good reason when Microsoft bought Minecraft for 2.5 billion. Damn, son, that's so much. Sure, Microsoft kind of nice return on that. Yeah, Minecraft being one of the biggest games in the world. Probably so. Still the biggest indie achievement of all time, my dude. I hammered it out in Java. Who cares? What's up, Coden? How you doing? Saturday here, Friday there, right? No, it's Saturday for me, for sure. I tried starting yesterday, but it was like already getting too late, so I ended up starting on Saturday. Why is GPU code slower when you use Java? That's interesting. I didn't know that. GPU commands aren't slower, it's everything else that is. Not aware of the conversation anyway. Happy Saturday then. What up, what up, what up? Just making some smoke. A little shockwave here for the meteor.
So there it is. It was always going to be multiple hits. Except we got to get the tag to go the whole way. Okay, there we go. There'll also be screen shake, but it'd be too much of a pain in the ass to do it here. Meteor storm. I think it's a pretty badass AoE. Wondering how it would look if it went white. It would be a lot of flickering. That's pretty good, right? I mean, it's kind of intense, but there's also going to be the screen shake. The ground's going to be like rumbling. The grass will be rumbling. But I don't want to do it for all these respective frames, so sorry guys, flashbang.
This will definitely cause some epileptic seizure situations. But the badass, no. Congrats. Now you also have absolute epilepsy disclaimer to localize. That's right, I do. It's pretty like crazy though, right? You're just like, oh god. But it feels intense. And then with like the shake, it's gonna be really good. But like I said, I don't want to do that right now because I'm lazy. Here, I'll just shut off. I'm shutting off the epileptic seizure mode for those since we're watching it on repeat. If it happens just like while you do the card for like a second, it's not going to be a big deal. If it was just constant, then yeah, it'd be like drive you fucking crazy. But I could see the white working. I don't know. But I also have to make features, the options that you can shut that sort of stuff, kind of shut it down, more or less. Will this one overlay the entire screen, or is it individual components? There is going to be, yeah, like one backgrounds, the animated backgrounds, and then I'll have like another animated background with like the flashing, which I might end up just making that a dynamic feature and just like fading it naturally. It is better when it's like synced up though. See this one right here, this repeated one. I don't know if I can easily move this. You love thunder and rainy games? Well, I'm for sure going to be having some weather effects in my game. You worked on accessibility for AAA, and it's very interesting how many things that make it hard for so many people, from colorblindness to motor skills. Yeah, I did a, I did the website. It was actually just a WordPress site, but I did a, what's it called? ADA compliant site for Ray Charles. And as you know, he's was a blind musician. And so they wanted both they had like two sites, the raycharles.com and Ray Charles Foundation. And they needed both of them to be ADA compliant. So I did that whole site ADA compliant, and it was a massive pain in the ass. Like, you would get like, they would send you back a PDF of like 80 items that you needed to fix every single pass. And we did like 10 passes. It was crazy. They're just like, you can't tab into this color's off, this, like, it was just tons and tons of little minuscule tweaks. And I don't know if I'm gonna go to that level with my game, but I'm gonna try at least, you know, epileptic stuff, make it so that you can use a controller, turn off shake if you need, stuff like that. I might try to do like a color blind mode. Maybe not though. Because they have like modes like that sometimes where they make the games like have a specific color set for colorblind people. It's just a lot of assets that I'd have to like reconfigure. It'd be really tough. It's hard to support, you know, all the ailments of the world, but you do your best, you know. It's very nice when someone with some limitation picks up the game and can enjoy it. Really cool. I agree. And I will be putting in some compliance to some level, but it won't be to like a super intense level like it was for doing, if you're actually trying to pass like a compliance site, you know. Because it's not like people would be able to necessarily use screen readers and stuff like to make it work. But yeah, so it's pretty much done. I just have to like cut it up and implement it. But we did it, Meteor Storm, baby. Pretty good. All right, turn that off. I like the Flash idea. Thanks, Mac. It was a good tip. Definitely gives it that Capcom, Marvel versus Capcom vibe of just like super dramatic awesomeness. I kind of want to redo the background for the Raging Roots. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but I want to get something that's more on theme. Let's see. Taking into account spider phobia when you're making games sounds cool. By the way, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. There are games with arachnophobia mode. It pretty much just removes all critter or something that resembles spiders. That's interesting. Doing your best already helps a lot, but it's still a game for a broad audience. And these things take time and work. They really do. And it's just a matter of how big of an impact your game is going to like have, how big of a reach your game is going to have. And I'd say if your game is like guaranteed going to have 1 million players, you should be as ADA compliant as possible. But if, you know, your game's not going to be like super big, then it's probably not advantageous to spend a ton of extra dev time adding a bunch of extra features. But I intend to like at least make it so you can remap controls, turn off like screen shake and flashing, and then also make it so what else? Obviously so you can change languages, and that's basically it. Change resolutions and stuff. Get it running right on your comp. But again, this with the flashing and with like the screen shake, this effect is going to be like a lot of intensity. It's going to be good. But this is it. I mean, I'm done for stream today. This is the thing I wanted to get done. We went 8 hours and 48 minutes today. I don't know. That sounds like a big, thick stream to me.
Yeah, Mac, it was a good tip. Flashing for the BG, not something you want to sit and watch over and over again, but for like a quick moment effect, it should be fun. Sounds really lame to you, Cracks. I don't know what you're talking about, but I probably agree. All right, guys. All right, you silly folks. We finally got Meteor Storm done, and I'm probably going to spend the weekend implementing it, getting it into the game, full on. And also, I'll be solving whatever that range issue was I was having with the Goblin Bomber. And after that, what else will I be working on? Basically next week, I mean, starting Monday, we're probably going to be... I'm probably going to be moving into Flash Freeze. So we have to freeze every enemy in a block of ice and make them cease function for a time. So that'll be interesting. We got to get all that going. Beyond that, I mean, we have to do so many things. But it's probably the Flash Freeze is probably the next like big visual that we're doing. And I want to create a animation so that when you drop the card, there's like a wave of frost that goes across the screen, and as it hits characters, the characters go into their frost mode. So it's probably going to be like a decent undertaking sinking into that, honestly. It's probably going to be a bit of a beast. Meteor Rain looks dope, man. Thanks for the stream. My pleasure, man. That's quite a stream. It's been a fun to watch the progress. Well, we're just... we got many AoEs to do. Hopefully they're all have their own spice, own interesting element to it. Meteor Storm came together. I'm like happy that I was able to repurpose the same explosion. I'm hoping that it's not too much to just like reuse the same, like a good chunk of the same explosion from the Goblin Bomber. But considering it took me 3 days to draw that explosion, I'm kind of okay with it just because it was like a lot of intensity. And I'm like, why not? It looks good. I did modify it. I took away like the base, the smoke at the base of it. So it looks a little bit different. And it's got, of course, the shockwave. So it's kind of its own thing, but it's like, it's the same style, you know, definitely want to keep stuff same style. So I think it's okay. But it vibes, it vibes. So yeah, let me look for someone to raid and see what we can do. Na, 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 na. Okay, I'm gonna start looking for someone to raid here. Get it going.
Looking around and doing some things. Dude. We haven't rated this. Oh. Was the ad break? Fuck. Wait for that guy's thing to. But I found a guy to raid. Says he's on a BRB. Son of a bitch. We'll wait till after his ads are done, and that way, when we rate him, we won't have to see stupid ads. Oh, yeah, I have like a big old to-do list here. I need to make it so that adding the Arcana rank 3 plays, that it gives them like an attack boost buff for a brief time. And I want to implement the top 3 card. And just a few utility cards that are separate from the Arcanas, so we start getting a little bit more of a mix of cards. I think that'll be nice. I'm also going to make it so that when you click tab, you hold tab, you can see all the ranks of the current Arcana. So you can decide whether or not, if there's one you want to upgrade without having to individually click onto each one. And you know, I'm going to start working on like the title screen and stuff too. Like we need to start actually structuring the program as like a game, you know, so we have like a title screen with options and you start new game. But I'm thinking for the demo that you won't be able to necessarily save the game yet, that you just basically play like the first level. So that way you kind of get like a basic sense of the gameplay. And then I'll be releasing like a little bit, probably like a demo later on that has more functionality. Maybe. I might make it so at least you can play like a first few levels, maybe. I don't know. But, what tablet do you use? Thinking about investing in one with a screen? I am using a Wacom 16-inch. And it's totally worth it. I mean, I've used it for a couple years now, and I've used it endlessly, honestly, for hours and hours and hours. So if you're going to use it a lot, I'd say it's totally worth it. All right, this guy's ads ended, so we can start the raid soon here. Mac, thank you for hanging out, man. Are you guys ready? Let's get us started. Raid started for Siler. We have to start what we always do, our end of stream song, which is this. Aw, dang, just popped in. Hi and bye. What's up, Don Ho? Welcome in, man. Well, we'll be back on Monday here. We're going to go raid Siler. We're also working on a tower defense, but his is like in 3D. And he's using Unreal Engine. But as always, guys, thank you for watching. And please wishlist the game if you haven't yet. The more wishlists I get, the better. And have a great weekend. Thank you so much for watching and for hanging out. For those of you on YouTube or TikTok, Thanks for watching. And if you want to wishlist the game, it's on Steam under Woods of War. The link is in my, should be at least on TikTok on my profile. Only one wish list. Thanks for the stream, Just Convino. Thank you for hanging out. Beta, what's going on? We're going to the other side. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye, guys.